you. I believe in the chat watching this already today. However, that could happen again today. Obviously, there are people outside of Manchester City that have had the chance to compete. They're in the bracket. They've deserved their place here, and they'll be doing everything they can to get to those finals next year in London.
And now let's go look at the format of the event for today. We can see it on screen, Brandon. If you want to just talk, there was 4 players each for Xbox and PlayStation 5. There's a double elimination bracket, and there are 2 legs per match.
Absolutely. Well, that's the plan of how it's going to go today. We've got Xbox, PlayStation games, you're right to say. Loads of FIFA coming your way. We will be jumping between both the brackets as well. And this is the lay of the land today. FIFA coming thick and fast here from the upper bracket round 1 to potential bracket resets later tonight. We might need to go there if that man who does go through the lower bracket causes a bit of an upset in the grand final. Lots to unfold here today in the ePremier League club playoff event with Manchester City, and we can't wait for the games to begin.
We are super excited. Let's take a quick look at the PS5 bracket real quick as well, Mr. Brandon, as we wait for Mr. Buckley to make his appearance. Looking at it, we spoke earlier just about Shellz, who has won the ePremier League in the past, Brandon. What are you expecting from this bracket and this side?
Well, I think first and foremost, it was a massive storyline last year that Shellz didn't qualify for the Premier League. He won it in the 2021 season, the 2020-21 season. Didn't qualify last year because B. Hughes took his spot over on the PlayStation. Obviously, him and Ryan have got an auto invite to this stage now. They didn't have to go through the online qualifiers or the online... the other step of the online qualification, I should say. However, what's alongside them are talented FIFA players that have deserved to be here as well. Keelan, an Irish FIFA Pro player. Lots of chat about him. I've seen him on social media. We've got Zaneri as well, another top FIFA player, and then Jake the Great. These are players that have deserved their spot to be here, FG, and they'll be looking to cause an upset to try and get to the Premier League finals.
Very much like B. Hughes did last year. A shout out to him. He was brilliant last year, and I think he's qualified for the ePrem for another club this year. Let's go over to the Xbox bracket and speak about that man, Ryan Pessoa, an ever-present member of the ePrem, Brandon.
Absolutely. I think he's already played in 3 out of the 4 ePremier League events. 2 of them for Manchester City. We're looking to get back there for another year, a 4th year of 5 in the tournament. He does get a free win in his first match. But unfortunately, FIFA only 364 was unable to make the bracket today. So Ryan Pessoa will be in the upper bracket round 2, we do hear. Possibly 3386 and Drummer Dog 28 are also in this bracket. Keep in mind that these guys have all qualified to be here, as we said, and they deserve to be in the action today. Yes, Manchester City might have FIFA Pro players, but we have to give credit to those that have come through multiple online qualifications to get it today. Because you know what, FG, as we've seen in past years, anything can happen.
Anything can happen indeed. As we can see, Buckley, I'm not sure if we can hear you right now. You're looking great, though. Me and Brandon can see you as you guys can on the screen. I wanted to just quickly touch on what you just said. Anything can happen. We saw a massive shock in the last ePremier League event last year. We saw Manchester City's own pro player, Shellz, not make it. Is there added pressure for the pro players, Brandon? And these guys, are they coming in with sort of a free hit, sort of anything goes, just enjoy your FIFA?
No, absolutely. I think there is an expectation on there. You know, let's not beat around the bush. There are contracted professional FIFA players at Manchester City. And it must be said as well, Man City, one of the only Premier League clubs that are in FIFA esports full-time, giving players an opportunity to play FIFA and be salaried. So a massive well done and all props to involved in the City group, not just in the UK. I'll throw this question to Rich, because I think he might be back. Any further points on FG's question?
Well, if I am back, it's very cold in Manchester. We had a few wires frozen over, thawed them out. We're back here. We're ready for the ePrem. I could hear everything that all being said right there. I think it is planning, if it's all some smooth sailing, shall we say, for Ryan and Shellz, to be a relatively comfortable day. But last year, even a couple of years before that, it's never really gone that way. It's always, I think the only year was 2021, where both players went through relatively comfortably. Other than that, there always seems to be a little bit of a shock. I remember being at the Etihad in 2019, where it was golden goal, Dito beating Shellz. So really, over the last 5 years, we've seen probably this City ePremier League qualifier be the most competitive.
And I think esports is growing as a whole as well, Richard. I think we're seeing a lot more people, a lot more younger people entering. We saw it with B. Hughes last year. He was playing incredible FIFA in the event, doing stuff that I've never been able to do, unfortunately. But it is the younger generation who are coming through a lot more with this, and it's something we can expect. So year on year, the pressure is going to build on Ryan and Shellz, and of course, with, like Brandon said, with them being full time, it's going to be a really, really tough challenge.
Well, you'd probably say crazy. They're veterans of the scene, being so young. I mean, compared to you, FG, you're way out of there. Do you know what I mean? But it is that sort of that pressure that you have, knowing that you have to really qualify. If you're not qualifying, there's a lot of eyes on you. What are they doing? How have they not gone through? What happened? So smooth sailing for Ryan and Shellz today. I'm expecting that to happen, but anything really can happen. They might lose the first game, be down in the losers bracket, and have a 6-hour stretch of matches ahead of them.
It is very, very grueling as well, these playoff events, Brandon. Like Richard said, there could be a massive row of games all at once. I just don't understand. I mean, we're very casual FIFA players, like I imagine a lot of people who are watching this. It really is a skill to be able to play that many games of FIFA at such a high level, Brandon, for so long.
Absolutely. As we said, potentially you've got to go from the upper bracket to the lower bracket, then back up again to a bracket reset. But just to pick up the point from Richard, yes, I'm trying to build a narrative here around there's outsiders here. There's not just those FIFA Pro players. But I think what Richard is right to say as well is that there hasn't been consistency of LAN events for so long. And maybe the motivation of a lot of these FIFA Pro players was different in past years. This year, we know that everything's back on LAN. We're not playing from home all the time. Yes, in qualifications like this, but there is a LAN you are going to. There's more money on the line. £100,000 tournament we're talking next March. That's why I think for Orion and Shellz, there is a different mindset this year coming in to the tournament such as this.
Just to jump on that as well, Brandon. Last year, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but City's ePremier League campaign at the finals was poor from what they expect of the players. I think they finished bottom of the group. It didn't really click for B. Husey and Ryan. So this year, I know both Ryan and Shellz want to be there, hand in hand, marching towards a potential 2-time victory for Manchester City at the ePremier League.
We're on the way.
And as we look, ladies and gentlemen, at the first game already straight into the action, we are watching possibly Andromeda. Over to you, Richard. Over to you, Brandon. Let's get on with the ePremier League playoff action.
Thank you very much, FG. And yes, good afternoon for those that are watching. You have just joined us here for another ePremier League season, the 5th in total. There could be an early goal. It's only taken 5 minutes for this side of the bracket to get moving. And of course, this is the side of the bracket which does contain the Xbox players. As we know, Ryan Pessoa already through to the upper bracket round 2. The winner of this game will be facing the Xbox representative of Manchester City as it stands right now. But stay with us today. It's going to be a long, long, long road as we find 2 players from the top 8 here in this ePremier League club playoff event. But Richard, as we said, lots of stories to emerge today, lots of potentials that could happen, but on paper, it potentially looks like the year we could see Shellz and Ryan pull through.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is always players that come into the ePremier League. This is their one event of the year to make a mark. This is their one event of the year to almost upset the apple cart, you would say. So will we see that happen again this year? Drummer starting this game really, really well. 12 minutes in, he's already had a couple of chances. If this is the first time you're watching the ePremier League here at the club playoffs, unlocked FIFA accounts, so I'm sure we'll talk more about the players who are going to be used throughout the day, but I expect to see David Ginola in plenty of squads, scoring plenty of goals.
On that as well, Richard, this is the 9th ePremier League club playoff event to officially kick off now. There has been a number of other clubs also completing and sort of hunting for their 2 representatives for the ePremier League next March. Clubs such as Wolves and Bournemouth all said and done. And already it is looking like a very stacked tournament. Remember, 25th and 26th of March, it will all unfold in London. £100,000 on the line. And we're here today to find out who will be representing Manchester City, who have won this tournament back in 2021. Could be 2-0. Van der Sar, brilliant save, stopping Drummer from going up by 2-0. Remember, every game is played over 2 legs of an aggregate scoreline. This is only the first opening game in the upper bracket Xbox side of things here.
Yeah, we've got plenty of matches underway currently as well, and I'm sure we'll get around as many matches as possible. It's going to be a good few hours of FIFA action that you can indulge in tonight. It's an early Christmas present brought to you by everyone here at Manchester City.
Driving forward is possibly Unfortunately, driving a little bit too far off the pitch. I mean, speaking of Manchester City players, Richard, we are using the special edition of FIFA 23, where these players, for one night only, will have the ability to pretty much use any Premier League player in the game of FIFA 23. That includes foot heroes to icons and to a number of special promos we've seen, maybe including those World Cup specials. Is there any Manchester City players that we could see stand out tonight? I mean, I guess there's one on the tip of my tongue, maybe Kyle Walker.
Kyle Walker, Joao Cancelo, I think Kevin De Bruyne could feature heavily. Erling Haaland off the bench. Obviously, former Man City player Yaya Toure. Expect to see him in every squad moving throughout the day. So I think there's going to be that fragrance and that flavour of Sky Blue in these squads, as there always seems to be.
You cannot look past that Yaya Toure foot item. Introduced this year onto 23. His additional foot hero was unbelievable. The World Cup upgrade is just something else. He'll be in that midfield alongside Ruud Gullit, no doubt. Just offering that ultimate central midfield partnership. 32 minutes gone here. Drummer Dog still leads by a goal to 0. We're looking for a second. It was David Ginola. Scored after just 12 minutes. And at half-time in this game, we'll jump over to the PlayStation side of the bracket because we have got 3 games that are currently underway in this round. As we said, the headline news was that Ryan Pessoa got himself a bye on the first round of the Xbox bracket. So he's in the upper bracket round 2, waiting for the winner of this match to come through. Here's possibly building nicely with Kyle Walker, Manchester City's very own, who nearly put on the plate perfectly. Ruud Gullit, good save from the Dutch goalkeeper.
Yeah, it's a good little chance, that, as well. The work down the line to try and create the cutback opportunity. Seems as though, I think there's the interesting bit as well about the strikers, Brandon, I want to talk about. Keane and Cantona for possibly leading the line, as we are caught back up with the action.
I think we can get used to the fact, Richard, that this level of FIFA, where you're probably going to see the same 8 or 9 players with the extra 1 or 2 just sprinkled in on personal preference. Remember that these players had to go through a number of stages just to get to these club playoffs, as we've mentioned a few times. There was online qualifiers back in November, 3 of them. Building nicely, possibly, just like that, makes it 1-1. And into the pause menu we will go. We said these games are going to be action-packed and very tightly contested, but as I was saying, they've had the ability, Richard, to use maybe not these exact teams, these packed teams that are full of quality, but they've been through online qualifiers to online qualifier playoffs, and then to get to these club playoffs today. You could argue that those 1 or 2 extra players might have just been a few of those items that they might not have been able to afford.
Well, also, yes, the players will undoubtedly come in. Yaya Toure, Ruud Gullit, Patrick Vieira, maybe not the guys that you're using at home, but...
Oh, no.
Robbie Keane, Eric Cantona, Heung-min Son, Mo Salah, these players, you might have a story with these players. Robbie Keane might be the guy that's got you to these club players, that clutched up for you in the online qualifier playoffs. So there's stories there as we jump on board here with Shellz. Currently 2-0 up against Cowlin Hub. He was one of the names to look out for, was Cowlin in this bracket. Seems to be relatively smooth sailing so far here for Shellz.
Yeah, well, just on that, in terms of Cowlin Hub, he's a Irish-based FIFA player, I believe. He had a chance to play in the Champions League earlier this year. Unfortunately, couldn't find his way through. Just missed out on, I think, the first FGS qualifier as well. That one coming up very soon. He has been someone who's been grinding this game out heavily, from Foot Champions to this event here. Certainly one of those up-and-coming players to watch out for. And this is the type of event that we'll speak about time and time again, that is a great first taste of FIFA esports. If you've never been to a LAN event, you've never had that chance of performing on the big stage, let alone for a prize pot that's made up of £100,000, this might just be it for you. So far, Richard, 45 minutes in, Shellz not taking any second chances this year after heartbreak against B. Hughesy last year. 2-0 he does lead by. We didn't see the goals, but we came into what looked like quite a convincing performance so far from the current PlayStation representative of Manchester City. You
can see what Cowlin's trying to do there. Hold possession, 57% of it. At the halfway point, Shellz clinical with his plethora of the ball, as you see the formation that he's also running on screen. Hullet, Yaya, and Heung-min Son as a midfield 3. Anthony, Ginola, Rule-breakers, Cristiano Ronaldo as his front 3. I think he's got a point to prove. You mentioned it just then, does Shellz. After not making the event last year, it's really his mission objective is make the finals. That's it. It's very, very simple. Anything, for some players, they come into the ePremier League and it's, I want to get to the online qualifier playoffs. I want to get to the club playoffs. That would be a good result. That would feel like a win. For Ryan and Shellz, anything other than a good performance at the grand finals is a failure.
I think we don't need to put the extra pressure on, Richard, but as soon as you sign that contract on the dotted line for Manchester City, I can assure you the number one point of agenda is qualify for the ePremier League.
Without doubt.
This club in the biggest UK FIFA tournament there is. As we said, if you have just joined us, welcome to the Manchester City Premier League Club Playoff event, where you are currently seeing Shellz lead by 2-0. His opening game here in the upper bracket round 1 on the PlayStation side of the bracket, building up potential second. Is that Erling Haaland I see on the pitch?
I think maybe Anthony?
That might be Anthony, but unfortunately he's got no hair. Just from a distance there, it looked like it camouflaged in to be Erling Haaland, but wasn't tall enough to be him. Speaking of the Manchester City forward, he will come on probably late into games.
He'll win
have
games
the same
as well.
Impact that he may have had at the sort of the first opening month or so in FIFA 23, but nevertheless he has got an impact off the bench, Richard.
Well, tall, physical, pacey. He's also got a great finish on that left peg. If he gets into those one-on-one opportunities up against defenders, he's still got the attributes to breeze past players. We saw him come on at an ePremier League club playoff that we did last week, Brandon, and he is a game changer, especially off that bench. 70th, 75th minute, if you're going into extra time, as these games very well could do, with it being knockout football, he's a real threat.
Also, as this game is underway on the PlayStation, keep in mind the other game that is also underway just below this one in the bracket, which sees as an Airy taking on Jake the Great One. These were two players that also found their way through to tonight's club playoff event. And speaking of the players, we've actually got them on the screen. Here's Keelan looking to build for a way back into the tie. Here's David Ginola. The skills in the world coming out just to try and unbreak this defensive Shellz, who does stand strong and wins the ball back 25 minutes away from a convincing first leg performance out the two.
You've just seen the background. The trophy that Shellz lifted 2 years ago. 2021 ePremier League champion.
And he comes looking for a third. Cristiano Ronaldo. Possession of it. Finds Manchester City's very own Kyle Walker. Yaya Toure. Building in nicely. Back to Anthony. Just was lacking that final pass into the French forward of Ginola, who does come into this team as a foot hero in the game. Just a few names, Richard, to shout out. They didn't make it this year. I mean, I think we remember them from past ePremier League club playoffs with Manchester City. As I'm Hazard, he missed out. Ninja Kid 12 and Deli FIFA. They were in the top 8 of the PlayStation side, but unfortunately couldn't make it through this time round. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo looking for a third. Very nearly got it.
Yeah, all being synonymous with the ePremier League Man City club playoff, those names that you just mentioned there. And, I mean, even looking back from previous FIFAs, B. Hughesy last year. Sayer, 99, he qualified in 2020, if memory serves me correct. And Battlecat, you got it. We've got a lot of love for Battlecat.
Yeah, unfortunately, no longer playing FIFA, but nevertheless had a quite a decent run, I thought, on the Xbox side of things for Manchester City all those years ago. Ginola. Out to Heung-min Son, looking for the perfect ball into the box. Maybe one more pass. Cristiano Ronaldo, what a play, maybe. The ball's just bouncing around. Is it defended? Is it cleared? No, it's not. You do not make the mistakes against the former ePremier League champion. And just like that, 78 minutes on the clock, Shellz finds a third and just gives himself a huge breathing gap between him and his opponent going into this second leg.
Just inexcusable, unfortunately, for Keelan. He's tried clearing the ball. He's tried playing it out with the back. Gave too much of it to Anthony. He's got up, won the header, and David Ginola from 7 yards out is simply not going to miss.
Do keep in mind, whoever does lose this game, this isn't the end of play. Into the pause menu we go. Speaking of those subs, Rich, what are we looking at potentially coming off the bench? Well, there's another Manchester City player.
Well, interesting to see both fullbacks changed. Aaron Wan-Bissaka and Ashley Cole both brought on, and then the fullbacks and the front three, Keane, Cantona, Salah. So a lot of difference in the wide positions. Does he want... He doesn't want Son on the pitch anymore. It's going to be Ronaldo playing as sort of that roaming central midfielder with Riyad Mahrez and Yaya Toure holding.
Well, it's interesting to see these changes from Shellz because he is winning by 3-0. He's made 5 subs on the pitch. I mean, obviously we know that changed this year on FIFA 23. You can make just a few extra subs. So that's new fullbacks on the pitch and pretty much a new front three.
And if we go to extra time, you get the extra sub as well, where you can potentially spice up the midfield.
Certainly you are covered. 4 options, and with the quality off the bench, there is so much on offer here. We'll keep up to date with all the scores as they're going on the Xbox leg, which we hear right now is 2-1 to possibly. Here's a chance for 4. Oh, he timed it green. How's that not got him? Cole off the bench. One more pass. Great save again from Van der Sar, but we have to be asking the question. Time green finish from that angle. Any other day of the week, you normally hit the back of the net, but on that occasion, just didn't want to go in.
Just struck the upright. Right there, corner whipped into the box. CR7, don't worry about that. And that's why you keep him on the pitch. You brought him off. You were going to keep Son on. Swapped it around. Cristiano Ronaldo keeps on the pitch for that reason right there. 4-0 Shellz, and you would say game over.
You said this year might be different, Richard, to past years for Manchester City's very own. By the first leg and the first account of what we've seen here from Shellz. Maybe it's just a different mindset this year on FIFA 23. 4-0. Looking for goal number 5 if there is time to play. The referee won't allow it. 4-0 in the first leg of play. Incredible scenes. FG, I mean, we'll bring you into the conversation there. You've got to enjoy that on the sidelines, but it's looking good for Manchester City's very own at the moment.
Absolutely. What a start for Shellz. We do say, obviously, that is the first leg, but I think as Buckley did say, it's got to be good. It's got to be game over at 4-0, hasn't it? 4-0 to Shellz. Made it 3-0 at the 78th minute with Ginola, and then that goal from that man in the 88th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo. That is very much business as usual for him, Brandon. What a start. He'll be very confident, very happy going into the second leg.
Yeah, I think he will. I mean, we've seen enough FIFA in our time as well, FG as well, over 2 legs. 4 goals. It can be done, but it's a very different storyline to 3, and against a player like Shellz's quality, I think in the nicest way for Keelan now, he needs to be looking towards that lower bracket.
Absolutely. I mean, that was electric. You look at the one thing that I noticed there is you saw at 3-0 the changes he was making, the 5 substitutions he made, Mr. Buckley. Incredibly, he was going almost more attacking, almost more for blood, very much aware that it is a 2-legged game.
Well, I think he probably sensed there was blood in the water, potentially, as well. Look, you're 3-0 up. Let's swap those front 3. Let's try and do something spectacular. Let's win this first leg, so the second leg isn't even a contest. We're just playing it out for the sake of having to play both legs. I mean, 4-0 after one leg, it would require something astronomical, really, for Carlin to turn this game around, and it would also require a massive capitulation from Shellz. Personally, I don't see it happening. I think Shellz is going to move forward into that winners bracket final.
I think we're all in agreement. Let's really quickly touch on the Xbox. We got straight into the Xbox action there, straight away with a goal for Ginola after 5 minutes. Brandon, what a start for him!
Yeah, what a start! But we hear FG that apparently he's 2-1 down. So that start after 12 minutes might not have been so good. But hey, let's keep it in mind here that this is a two-legged game of FIFA. You know, we've seen lots of FIFA. You can be terrible in the first leg, or you can throw away a result. This isn't a 4-goal deficit. This is a 1-goal deficit. That game, no doubt, will change on its head in that second leg, FG.
Absolutely. We did see possibly get the equaliser with Robbie Keane, his new hero foot item, just before half-time. And now we have been told that he is 2 goals to 1 down. All to play for in that one, Mr. Buckley. But, I mean, let's touch again back to the Shellz game. What do you do as an opponent? Firstly, playing against Shellz, you knowing that he's the main man, the Manchester City pro FIFA player, the full-time guy with Manchester City. What do you do for the second leg? I mean, there is still an opportunity. Still, he's going into the losers bracket if he doesn't get through. But what do you do? How do you approach that second leg?
There's a possibility, and look, we're around the Christmas period. It could be a Christmas miracle. Personally, I don't see FG. I think when you play against Shellz in particular, you just have to put him under pressure. You have to just try and get in front, and then when you've got that little bit of a lead, always keep at least arm's distance, 1-2 goals, force him into chasing. Shellz is one of the best players in the world that when he's got that lead, just seeing it out, just keeping calm and picking you off as a sort of like a vulture, really. You see the frailties and just another goal, and it could end quite ugly, in my opinion, this game.
It could indeed. One game with it all to play for is the second leg between Drummerdock and possibly, maybe, lads, we might see that Erling Haaland / Anthony in this game as well. Let's move on. Back to you, Richard. Back to you, Brandon. Enjoy leg 2.
Thank you very much, FG. I'll do my best not to get those players confused as the play does unfold here in the ePremier League club player. For Manchester City, we're on the road today to find 2 players to represent the Blues in the Premier League finals next year in March. 25th, 26th for $100,000. Pounds. FIFA tournament where it will all unfold. We will keep you up to date with this game, but there is another game that's in full focus, which is this one right now. And it's all to do for one man, Richard, who's 4-0 down.
Yeah, massive performance needed. He's going to be kicking from left to right in that whole Man City strip, and Shellz from right to left in the lovely red and black number.
For Carlin. Hasn't been the best of starts here, but hey, let's not write this man off. He has been a name popping up in the scene. I've seen him grinding away, trying to get his foot in the door.
He started this second leg nicely. He's pressing high up the pitch. He's won the ball back a couple of times already, and he looks as though you've got nothing to lose as you see the players pressing him deep into the corner. You just have to go for it. You have to constant pressing. You have to throw bodies forward.
Just keep in mind, whoever wins this game, which could be Shellz, if he finds a 5th goal now, down he goes to ground, wins a corner. We'll be facing the winner. Robson area against Jake the Great 1. This is on the PlayStation side of the bracket. And it goes! He did it before and he nearly did it again. Cristiano Ronaldo will always remain that danger, that threat in the box. It's a question of how do you stop him. You simply can't. He's back in again. Ginola drops the shoulder, tries to get past 1 or 2. Full of bite. He's been a man that's been involved in a few of these teams. On the flip side, though, seems as if Vieira and Virgil van Dijk might be the more popular choice for some of the players here. Shellz building still, looking for a goal number 5, which if he does get, I think he can start looking forward to that upper bracket round 2 matchup. Here's Anthony. It doesn't come to anything in the end. An update on the other game, as we said, it is Zidane who leads 3 goals to 2 against Jake the Great. Remember, that's only done in the first leg. Still a second leg to come up there as it stands on the Xbox. Possibly leads 2-1 in his matchup against Drummadog. Winner of that one will play Ryan Pessoa in the upper bracket as well. So if it all stays like this, Rich, it's going pretty smoothly so far for the current Manchester City pros.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what Keelan's facing right here, he's actually started this game quite brightly. He started the game quite well, but you just have to force a chink in the armour. You have to show some sort of weakness in this Shellz defence, because whenever it's 0-0, it's such an impossible task. If you can get that first goal back, plant the seed of doubt, put a little bit of pressure on Shellz, you might see something. But as this game just ticks across, Shellz seems relatively comfortable in it. It's a real tough... It's got to go in. It's got to go in.
Massive chance there from David Ginoli. Tried to outsmart him with Van der Sar, but just couldn't get round him. For Keelan, it was one of the few chances he's been able to create so far in this game, but looking back on it, he would have wanted so much more from it. Warning shot, though, to Shellz to say, look, I'm still in this game. I'm still hunting for a way back into the tie. Cancelo. Fullbacks dominated by Manchester City players. Well, who comes across to this left-hand side. Good feet from Anthony. Is there one more pass available at the back post? Yes, there is. Shellz leads by 5-0. And you may as well start writing his name into the upper bracket round 2, because that's where he'll be moving with this result.
Winners bracket final with Shell's name on it. Edging ever closer to getting back to the ePremier League Grand Finals.
And in short, Rich, what will this do for Shellz? As just a little confidence booster of what could be to come today for him.
Well, he'll feel nobody in this tournament. He knows that the target's on his back. Everyone wants to beat him. So those first leg performances are really, really impressive, because if you can set your stall out early and force your opponent to change the way that they're playing, it really is such a hard task. The first leg is so important for Shellz and Ryan, because if that first leg ends at 0-0 or even a 1-goal scoreline, you're going into a 90-minute best-of-one FIFA match. It's a lot more unpredictable. Anything can happen in a best-of-one, in a one-and-done. So utilising the importance of the two legs and making sure that in that first leg you do put your opponent under pressure and force them into mistakes is so important.
Here's Cancelo looking for a one more pass again to make it 6, maybe. Heung-min Son able to find the back of the net on that occasion. Anthony whips it in, was looking for both Cristiano Ronaldo or Virgil van Dijk. Unfortunately, on that occasion, missed both of them on the way through.
I was actually catching up recently with the Brentford finalist, Brandon, and one of the players who's going to be representing Brentford at the ePremier League finals, Adam Ryan, and he was just saying that if he was out of the game for a little while, if he played FIFA as the game right now and just went into every match looking to go end-to-end, no real sort of game management or gamesmanship, it would have failed, because people right now are better at FIFA than he was. But he said he's got the experience and he's got that know-how of how to win matches over two legs in a FIFA esports landscape. And I think that is something that Shellz and Ryan will both lean on during this. How to manage the game, where to break down the game, and most importantly, using that experience, that positive experience that they've had. They've both been to World Cup Grand Finals, and making sure that those sort of the money can't buy experience leads them through.
Well, He's 45 minutes away, Rich, from continuing his run in the Premier League club playoff. A win here will take you to the upper bracket round 2, or the winner's final, you can call it. And if you win that, you'll be in the grand final, and you'll be 2 games of FIFA away, or 2 legs of FIFA away, representing Man City in the ePremier League finals. Some score updates for you as they come in right now. We have got one from the Xbox, where we're following that game between Dog Drummer and possibly, now that's 2-2 as it stands. That's in the second leg. Also, over on the PlayStation, there's an area against Jake the Great. That was a 7-goal thriller, 4-3. Zaneri leads, building up nicely. Glancing in the boxes, Cristiano Ronaldo looking for his 6th goal of the 2-legged tie so far. What's even bigger for him, Rich, is that he hasn't conceded a goal alongside the scores he has been able to build up in this one.
Yeah, it's just been comfortable, really, for him, hasn't it? You talked about him keeping clean sheets. That ball over the top for Keelan, looking to capitalise on the aerial presence of Ronaldo. Can't quite bring it down, but I think it's been the most comprehensive result of this opening round. I'm sure we'll talk about it, but both Man City players, Ryan and Shellz, moving on to the winners' bracket finals as it currently stands.
Nicely done. Anthony will put the burners on. Goal number 6 on the horizon here for Shellz. Anthony again looking to outsmart Carl Walker. It's been quite the start so far for the Premier League winner. It's so well there with Cristiano Ronaldo. Everything was right, just but the finish. It was a great save from Van der Sar. Keelan, cheeky play lock. Heung-min Son, what a play! It's a goal back. Yes, there's not much time on the clock, only 27 minutes, but still, it's just a little bit of confidence for Keelan to say, look, I'm here for a reason. I'm in the top 4 for a reason. I earned my place here. Yes, it might not be the best start, but at least I've got a goal. I know I can score, and hopefully that will just build a little bit more in terms of getting my rhythm back into a game. Yeah, absolutely. I think he's probably looking forward now towards that losers bracket round 1 matchup and seeing what could come from that. But there's going to be a real emphasis to, even if you have to go and win the second leg. It might sound crazy and it might not mean anything, but for personally to know that you went and you're taking something positive out of the experience, it's a real big help. Into the pause menu we go. "27 minutes left. It's a goal back for the top 4 bracket finalist in Keelan, who had a bit of a run actually with another ePremier League finalist in the Club World Cup. Teamed up with Big Stuff. Someone who represented Scotland in the FIFA Nations Cup. Fortunately, it wasn't the run of all runs, but still. More playing time, more experience. In the FIFA 23 ecosystem. As much as you want to build the story, I don't think any FIFA player has given away a 4-goal lead. No, absolutely not. We've got a little bit of a masterclass emerging on the other final as well. I mean, it could potentially be something here. Hey, that's all right. Good feet. Unlucky. Unfortunate. Great idea for the Leperketa pass. Shellz. Goal number 6. Just to restore a 5-goal lead. Anthony. Down to Grau. What a penalty. Referee says no. Get back up on your feet. Wins it back again. Kylie short in the play. Anthony, one more pass. Ginola makes it 6-1. And as we said, if it wasn't already, game, set, match for Shellz, who has a little smile on his face. It's still a long journey to get to the Premier League, but nevertheless, it's a step in the right direction for him.
And I think there's just been a few obvious mistakes that have crept in to Keelan's game. When you look, I think that there was a goal where he dinked it straight across to Anthony. David Ginola scored. That one right there. If you eliminate those mistakes, eliminate those errors, could be a nice little losers bracket run incoming from Keelan. But right now in this current matchup, I think we've known for a little while which way this game is going to turn.
He will play the loser in the other PlayStation game, which sees, as we said, Zaneri up against Jake the Great. With plenty of goals in it. That's a goal. Keelan looking for another one. Van der Sar, good save. More minutes out of this game, and watch that clock go down ever so slowly. Cancelo for goal number 7. Ball roll back inside. Hully, sad about that one.
Special goal. Ruud Hully firing it at the near post. Looks like he means business tonight, Shellz. No slow start.
He did tease it, Rich, on the build-up. What we might see here. Building nicely, cut back available, Ginola. Dancing still. Shellz is cooking. And anyone on this PlayStation bracket should be fearful right now.
Big performance from Shellz, and I think it's a statement win as well for the rest of the competition. 8-1 is pretty comprehensive, FG.
Absolutely comprehensive. Shellz looks like a man who means business today. What a start for him. 8-1. Now, we have to obviously talk about his opponent, Keelan. He started the game so brightly, and he was probably a bit unlucky to go a goal behind with that CR7 goal. He really did play well, and he managed to get himself an equalizer. But, I mean, after that, it was just an absolute masterclass, Brandon, from Shellz. What a ridiculous scoreline. 8-1 on the aggregate. Unbelievable.
Absolutely, FG. And I think that the issue there for Keelan, in the nicest way, you don't go 4-0 down in the first leg. You put so much pressure on yourself in that second leg to come out flying. You have to score the first goal. You have to dominate the first 45 minutes. And as that clock is ticking down, it's like a sand timer. Time is running out, and so are the chances. There was one brilliant chance, I think, that David Ginola had. Couldn't quite find his way around the goalkeeper. And the next thing you know, Shellz just got into his groove. And Richard's right. Shellz is looking different. He's cooking. 8 goals in his first game. He's a man to be fearful of on this PlayStation bracket.
It took 74 minutes of that game to see a little smile from Shellz when he scored that Ginola goal in the 74th minute. Buckley, I mean, he seems to be enjoying his FIFA. He's very serious-faced, but whatever he's doing right now, it's got him a fantastic start. And it will be massive for his confidence, especially considering everything that happened last year. You know, he didn't manage to make the finals. This is the ideal start for him, Buckley.
Yeah, absolutely. You're getting sort of that weight off your shoulders early doors. You're not going to a tight game. It's comprehensive and it is clinical from Shellz. And I think now, if I'm on this side of the bracket, I'm a little bit fearful because I'm looking over my shoulder and going, 8-1. 8-1 in the first game. I mean, if he's a slow starter, it's going to be real dangerous as this game and this tournament unfolds. Anyone who comes up against Shellz.
Absolutely. And of course, Keelan does go into the losers bracket, so it isn't over for him as of yet. We did see a lot of positive signs from him. It was nice to see him get the equaliser, you know, after 64 minutes from Hullet, at a point in the game where he was probably a little bit unlucky to be a goal behind that second leg, Brandon.
No, absolutely. As I said, he may have started well, but in the nicest way, you don't score goals. The situation's not going to change. And as you said, he needed 4 goals. Scoring that late into the game, unfortunately, wasn't really any use for him. You are right, he drops down to the loser bracket now, which means elimination FIFA for him. He has to play and win, otherwise he's out of the tournament and there's no chance of being in the ePremier League.
Absolutely incredible start to the first leg. We have got some highlights for you guys as well to keep an eye on. We will show you some highlights from the game, but do let us know wherever you're watching how you're feeling about the ePrem. Let's go to the highlights, Buckley, here as we see just goals galore, really.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are some of the best moments from this matchup. Eric Cantona, these highlights brought to you by Ian, and it's so end-to-end, a lot of these games. I'm intrigued by the introduction of the different players, FG. I think when you're looking, whether it's Cantona, Keane, Ginola, whoever it is leading the line, these highlights from the match between Zaneri 1996 and Jake the Great, it was a great game. I mean, 5-4 in the end.
And here we are looking at Shellz' game as well. And these were the first 2 goals we didn't actually manage to see. And then the goals that we did see. A green-timed header from Ronaldo, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, as we said, it was 4-0. Then it was 5. Next thing you know, it just all got a little bit out of hand by the end of the first leg. We jumped into the second leg. There was chances back for Keelan, but Shellz just kept on piling on the pressure, adding to his score sheet. How about that one from Ruud Gullit? Shows exactly what he can do and will do in this team today. Ginola wanted more, and so did Shellz, making it 8 goals to 1. And that is how your PlayStation bracket looks as it stands. Shellz will take on Zaneri in the upper bracket. In that elimination game, it will see Keelan Hobb up against Jake the Great. Only one of those 2 will make it through to that loser final.
Absolutely. And we have still got a lot of FIFA still to play, and we can see some more highlights on the screen, Mr. Buckley. It's just a joy to watch when people are playing FIFA so freely. These highlights are brought to you by EM as well.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this game in particular between Possibly and Drummer Dog, we caught the first bit of this matchup, but in the end, Drummer Dog just peeled away with the result. Quite fortunate there on the edge of the box, but kept his composure. Ronaldo into David Ginola, and you can see how that match did end up. 4-2 victory. Unfortunately, FIFA Only was unable to compete today, so whoever matched up against him will be getting a bye. Ryan Pessoa 3-0 victory. Ryan will play Drummer Dog in the winners bracket final, and possibly we will be waiting in the lower bracket final for the loser of Ryan and Drummer Dog. Hope it all makes sense.
It does indeed, but one thing I'd like to speak to you guys about is the fact that Ryan has yet to play any FIFA today, Brandon. I mean, we've seen Drummer Dog, he's sort of got into the groove, he's got the confidence of the win. Is there a little bit of sort of advantage for Drummer Dog, first having already that competition? Or is it just sort of Ryan's going to be fresher and you very much expect Ryan to make his mark very much like Shellz did?
No, it's very much a valid point you make there, FG. I think there's always that conversation about FIFA players being warm or not, but I can assure you that Ryan Pessoa would have been playing practice games against other UK FIFA pros that are watching this and supporting him. And to be honest, look, we've spent a lot of time with Ryan, me and Rich, across the last couple of weeks. He's up for this. He's really confident, and I'm looking forward to seeing just how good he is in this upper bracket round 2.
Yeah, I actually think, FG, speaking about Ryan, he will have even more confidence after seeing one of his best mates, Shellz, just win very comfortably. I think that will be a real calming sort of element for him. Look, Shellz, he's doing his stuff. Let me provide the goods on the Xbox, and we'll both qualify together.
Absolutely. They do seem to bounce off each other, Ryan and Shellz, and we have got a lot of interesting games to come. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you. Please continue to stick with us. We'll be back very shortly after a quick break.
So, but why have you brought me here in this heat?
Julian, I brought you here because I know you will love it. Me and Nexon Tire, we organize something fun.
Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, so what we're going to be doing today is taking these Nexon tyres out on the track. While putting the car through its paces, we're going to have a pop quiz and see how much you can remember about your former days with the club.
Julian, I love you, mate.
Good to know you, Zaba.
Good to know you as well. Be careful, hey. Look after him, man. He's a nice man. He's a nice man.
Can you name it? Spaniard City teammates in 1 minute.
3, 2, 1, go!
That's your heart. You've got Cancelo, man. You've got Gail Clichy. You've got Mr. Company. Never stabbing. Sergio Aguero!
And there it was, the next entire drift challenge, Brandon. Look at, it's nice to see former Manchester City legends Pablo Zavaleta and Joni Lescott having a lot of fun. Like we all are here today. If you've just joined us, welcome back to the ePremier League playoff event. A very, very good start for Manchester City pros Shellz so far, Brandon. We have got a lot of FIFA still to play.
Yeah, we do indeed. And I think our next game of focus will see the PlayStation bracket, the lower round one. Our first taste of elimination football tonight, FG. And hopefully it plans to be a cracker.
An absolute cracker indeed. If anything is to go by from the last games we've seen, we are in for a very, very good evening, aren't we, Mr. Buckley?
Oh, we certainly are. And I'm looking forward to seeing what Keelan's got in the locker as well. You've just been beat quite heavily. Can you bounce back? Can you have short-term memory and move forward into this match against Jake the Great and pick up a result?
And as you can see on the screen, we have already started, so I will pass back over to our men in the commentary team, Brandon and Richard Buckley. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, FG. It wasn't a long break before we got back underway here in the ePremier League Club Player of the Event. And we are back on the PlayStation side of things. As we know, there is no lower round one game on the Xbox because we are missing a player on that bracket side. So possibly, although he lost his opening matchup, we'll see a bye through to the losers final where he will play, as we know. The loser of Ryan Pessoa or Drummer. This could be an early start for Keelan. Ronaldo again just gets his legs in a bit of a twist there. And a bit of a story on this one, Richard. I was searching social media looking for Jake the Great. Couldn't find much on him. A random DM pops in, and believe it or not, it's actually former ePremier League player Jake Cruyff. Who,
oh, wow. Okay.
Who is in this bracket. He's been here before. He's qualified for the ePremier League finals for another Premier League club. And he might have lost his first game, Rich, but nevertheless, he's a player that's been here before through this exact same process, and he has qualified for the ePremier League.
Well, I mean, not a great start to the day, going down to Zania, but you've got plenty of time to potentially turn this around. And I think this is going to be quite an end-to-end game, I'll be honest. You already start to see that offside trap coming out from Jake. He's trying to force the issue of Keelan.
Great defender there from Patrick Vieira. Of course, if you haven't already realised, it is Keelan in that blue home strip of Manchester City, kicking from left to right. With Jake Cruyff from right to left. This will be a two-legged game of FIFA. Loser is knocked out of the tournament. They will not be going to the Premier League this year. Torre finds Cantona, who is a bit hot and cold for some players. Some love him, some don't. It really depends on that personal preference that we'll see across the board tonight. Offside trap played cleverly there from Jake. And he just timed that one right.
Yeah, it was nice, weren't it? Stepping up, catching him off, and really setting out his stall nice and early here. It's a deep line from Keelan. See if you can break it down here, Jake.
Patient builder. This is nice. Cantona drops the shoulder. Oh. Great fee. Oh, it's off the bar. Is there a second? Unfortunately not. But really dangerous. That's why Cantona's in the team. That's what he'll offer you going forward.
I mean, the skill move, the variation of the heel to heel right there was beautiful. One of the nicest executions and exits that I've seen on the skill move. Straight through the gap. Deserved the goal. I'll be honest, it deserved the goal.
Cancelo tries to play the one down the wing. Stops in his tracks there by Cristiano Ronaldo. He's happy to get back and defend, believe it or not, on a right mid-esque position on the pitch. Fielding nicely. Here comes Keelan. Ginola finds Sulle. Is there a cut back across goal? He doesn't need anyone. Questionable goalkeeping from Edwin van der Sar there. Normally so solid in the goal, but that time the ball just went straight through him.
Yeah, there's a little bit of goalkeeper movement. I think he just went backwards and tried to cover that far post. He was in the movement with the right stick as the shot came in, and Van der Sar just seemingly fell over.
We have our breakthrough in this elimination game. The loser round one. As we said, winner of this one will have to sit patiently and wait.
Good press.
Is there one more pass? Yes, there is. Ginola. Jake with the idea there. Vieira again. Well played. Now, there's line being so high, there's just a bit of space to exploit now. Ginola. Back to Ronaldo again, slightly delayed. It could be on for a second though. Heung-min Son, is there a back post option? Yes, there is. And just like that, Keelan will lead by 2-0.
And with the high line, I think there's just catching him out. The offside trap's just not really. It's good when you're pressing high up the pitch, but in that scenario there on the edge of your own box, sometimes you just need to sit deep. Just soak up the pressure. It's a nice pass to the back post. Drove it across the penalty area. And a simple finish.
Has to be careful here. What, two players at the back there. Whipped in. And that'll do us for half-time. Keelan Hobb leads by 2-0. You can see the stats. Possession might not be in his favour, but you can argue both the goals have come from sort of a counter-attacking-esque style of play, where Jake has had that really high line. He just has been punished. It's risky. It can work both ways, but unfortunately, it hasn't worked out on this occasion.
Also have to credit Keelan. He's been quite clinical when he's had those chances. He's not had a lot of the ball, but when he's got into areas where he can punish, he's hit the back of the net. I think 3 shots he's had and he's scored 2 goals.
Nice chance. Cantona, no way pass. Van der Sar, best chance he's had so far for Jake. Yeah, Torre. Great ball into Cristiano Ronaldo. Player that you normally want in the box, not out on this side of the pitch. Ronaldo still. Could it be 3? Oh, it nearly was. Just off the bar from Ginola.
Again, the link-up play real nice, and it was red-timed, I think, in the end, from David Ginola. If it's a regular shot or if he gets the green timing of it, it's a guaranteed goal.
Still on for a third. Waiting patiently for the cutback available to come through if he can find it. Not on that occasion, but he's had so much joy, Rich, just getting out on that right-hand side of the pitch, just pulling out Jake's defence and then sort of working his way down the byline, finding the extra cutback, the extra pass. Next thing you know, he's been in at goal and been able to create some unbelievable chances, just linking in David Ginola every single time. It could be another counter-attack now. Cheeky little chip, becomes a bit of a battle between Vieira and Ronaldo. Possession will change hands once again. "29 minutes away from the first half break. Could be in with a 3-goal lead. Ronaldo, great feat. Still is going to fall back to him again. He stands his ground, just about does. The Portuguese forward, great piece of trickery once but twice. Just trying to recycle this ball into the best position possible.
That's running behind.
There's no way through. Mohamed Salah pushed into this left-hand side position. Ronaldo on a play. Cantona off the boot of Van der Sar. Didn't know much about it, but my God, he did come in clutch.
Yeah, I don't think he had a clue what was happening. Van der Sar, the header at the back post, very surprised that he managed to win it, in fact. It's a good opportunity.
Chances down either end. No subs needed so far by either of the two players. They've deemed in this game that it's all going pretty well.
Can the owner of the blue car please return to the vehicle?
Ronaldo. Options in support. You have just joined us. Welcome along. This is the Premier League club player for Manchester City, where we could be looking at a third goal scored now. Play the ball across the box, surely. Just delayed it, maybe a bit too much. Salah tries his best to Lacroqueta his way past one or two defenders there, but just for a split second, Rich, there was a clear pass onto the back post, and now he can be punished for it.
These are small margins.
Ginola, one more pass, finds Salah off the post. The ball's just not falling the way it wants it to. Cantona round the right side of Joao Cancelo, sting the hands of Van der Sar.
Van der Sar is a man not to be beaten in this first leg. Jake's been knocking on that door time and time again. But it's a real good save, I'll be honest. That first one tipped onto the post.
Pause has been cute. One of these two players looking to make a couple of changes. And it goes, surely, oh my. CR7, the man who'd put your house on to score from that sort of area. Somehow, just completely headers it to the left-hand side of the goal. Another chance goes begging.
I mean, just a little bit too much on it. I think Jake will come out of this game, and if he's still trailing by 2 goals, be really, really frustrated, because there's been good chances. Just having a look at the bench here, who potentially could get him back into this game. Eric Cantona, the mid version of his icon. Kevin De Bruyne's in form. And also the World Cup hero item, Robbie Keane, all introduced with 6 minutes left to play.
Changes have been made, but will they make the all-important difference? We'll have to wait and see. There's not that much time left in this game for them actually to make an impact. Only just under 5 minutes left. As it stands, as we said, Keelan Hobb leads by 2-0 in his pursuit to try and represent Manchester City. Over on the PlayStation side, he might have suffered an 8-1 defeat in his opening game here tonight, but he's looking to get back to winning ways. And to be fair, defensively, Richard, he's been pretty sound when he's needed to be.
Yeah, he certainly has. And I think it's a better defensive performance from Keelan, certainly compared to his first game, but also you would say maybe the attacking influence that Shellz had slightly diminished compared to the opportunities that Jacob had, and Edwin van der Sar was absolutely crazy in that game, FG.
He absolutely was, but what a response from Keelan. 2 goals, he got, they were a little bit against the run of play. I think Jake can count himself really, really unlucky to not have scored a goal, especially towards the end there. Absolutely ridiculous. We saw him hit the post in the 76th minute. We saw Keelan take the lead, probably with not the best goalkeeping from, I think it was Van der Sar in the other goal as well, Brandon.
Terrible saves, but then some incredible moments where he didn't maybe expect to make the saves. The woodwork came in handy a few times for both players there. I think we saw Keelan hit the post. On the flip side, we saw Jake hit the woodwork after a lovely bit of play going forward. But yeah, there was a lot of very small margins in that game, which on another day, the game could have been, 2-2, 3-1. But fair play to Keelan, he's at the halfway point, leads by 2 goals. Still, remember, elimination game of FIFA this, FG. After this round, we'll be saying goodbye to one of our finalists here at the club playoff.
We absolutely will. We do have to touch again on Keelan. I'm very, very happy for him. The fact that he kept a clean sheet. I know by hook or by crook, so to speak, Mr. Buckley. I mean, it wasn't plain sailing for him. I think the high line as well was a real thing that he managed to exploit in that first half.
Yeah, 100%. I think you look back on that game, Jake will probably look back and think maybe a couple of individual errors, the offside traps, a couple of times caught him out. Going into the second leg, I think it was a red time shot from David Ginola. If that's not red timed, it's probably a guaranteed goal. So it's a game that's very much still in the mix. I think when we look at our first set of matches that we saw, it were done. Realistically, the Shellz game that we covered, that were our featured game, that was over after leg 1. Right now, going into this second leg of action, going into what could be potentially one of these two last players' final interaction here in the Man City ePremier League club playoff, everything really is still on the line.
Absolutely is all to play for. We did see the masterclass from Shellz in the last game, but like Mr. Buckley just said, Brandon, there is absolutely loads to play for, and Jake will be confident because it wasn't like it was a complete shutout. He was creating a lot of chances, and on another day it could be a 2-2, it could be a 3-2, it could be anything.
But the one thing you've got to think about here, FG, is what Jake's just come off the back of a defeat as well. Now he's losing it again. He's 2-0 down. He needs a serious mental reset in about 2 minutes before we get going for this second leg, because he's, in a nice way, one leg of FIFA away from his ePremier League journey being over. And as me and Richard were saying in commentary, this is a player that has been to the Premier League before. It was back in 2020 for a different Premier League team. This time he's come to the blue side of Manchester to try and qualify for Man City. He'll be open just to get that bit of form back. But as we said, it needs to turn around pretty quick because we're going to be jumping into the second leg in just a few minutes.
Very, very quickly indeed, and he'll be looking for a really, really quick start. I think if we see a goal early on, Buckley, then it's very much game on, even more so.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the way that he was playing, it alludes to the fact that it's going to be a very press-heavy, quick start for Jake Cruyff. We saw glimpses of it in that matchup in the previous leg. It's Hail Mary FIFA right now. You just have to go for it. You just got to push players forward and try force errors, push the game onto your opponent and try and turn this around.
We are very, very close to that second leg, so do stick with us, keep watching us. Let's just really quickly go back again and talk about Keelan. I mean, that character is character you need in a competition like this, Brandon. I mean, he was probably written off by a lot of you guys watching after that first leg. Granted, he was playing against Shellz, who's one of the best FIFA players and a full-time FIFA player for Manchester City, but what a way. He'll be confident, and he is essentially 90 minutes away from continuing in this journey, Brandon.
Absolutely, and I think he's been a player that's up and coming, you could argue, FG, in the FIFA scene as Keelan. He's been playing in various tournaments, such as Man City have competed in, such as the E-Club World Cup. Had a run in the Champions League. Again, this is all experience. It might have been online qualifiers, there might have been online tournaments from home, but it's all experience building up for nights like tonight where it could all change. This Premier League journey, no doubt, is one of the best opportunities for a newcomer to the scene, an up-and-coming player to get their first taste of playing in a tournament like tonight, also to getting to a LAN, and who doesn't want to represent a Premier League club such as Manchester City?
Well, who doesn't want to represent Manchester City is what you're going to say. Mr. Brandon Buckley, you're smiling. Give me your predictions. Let's have some predictions. The players are nearly there. We're nearly ready for the second leg. Mr. Buckley, how do you see this one going?
I think we'll see a Jake Cruyff comeback. However, I think the advantage, the 2 goals, will just about be enough. I think it might go 2-1 and then maybe 3-1. I think that sort of cushion, the money in the bank, shall we say, the goals in the bank that Keelan got in that opening leg, I think will just be enough. But I'm expecting a great game, maybe like a 5-3. I'm going for. It's gonna be epic.
I tell you what, if this is 5-3, we will definitely be coming back to that, won't we? Mr. Brandon, let's have your predictions. Remember, there will be a possibility that we can see extra time and even a penalty shootout in this if it is 2-0 the other way. Brandon, let's hear it. Let's hear your score predictions.
I think, just to the back of Richard, I think that 2-goal cushion is going to play a massive factor in this, but by any means, do not write Jake Cruyff out of this one yet. I think he will come back into the tie, but I do think Keelan might end up snatching this win, only by a goal.
Only by a goal. He played with a really, really high line in that last game. Is that something he did get exploited on 2 occasions. He carried on playing with the high line and then he ended up coming into his attacking thing. Is it very much so stick to the same game plan and hope what happens? We'll see a change surely from Keelan in this?
Yeah. I'd say so. I mean, I think in the side of Jake Cruyff, who played that high line, I think, look, he probably did it throughout the qualification stages, from online qualifiers to online qualification playoffs. It's high risk, it's high reward. We saw the risk of it, unfortunately, but we also saw the reward. Look, he created chances. Another day, he scores goals.
He does score goals, and like you said, it's very, very fine margins. Mr. Buckley said. I mean, let's talk about players ones to watch so far. We've seen some absolutely amazing performances already from that man, Cristiano Ronaldo. He is surely a player's favourite in this tournament.
Yeah, he's the game changer in that final third. Rule breakers CR7. Just going on the back of what we were talking about there with sort of the keys to victory and where we see this game potentially going, I think for Keelan to have success and to be really confident, you've got to keep that first 15-20 minutes goal-free. If you can snatch a goal on the counter, unbelievable. But you cannot concede in that first 15-20 minutes. Not only will it put a little bit of nerves into you, but it gives so much momentum and so much good energy to Jake Cruyff to potentially turn this game around. The game will be won or lost in this first 15 minutes.
And let's not waste any more time. Let's get on with the rest of the game. Good luck to both players. Richard and Brandon, take it away.
Thank you, FG. Well, this is the last time we'll see one of these 2 players in tonight's ePremier League Club playoff, because this is an elimination game on the PlayStation side of the bracket. Only one of them will be going through to that losers final, where they will wait patiently to face the loser of Zaneri or Shellz in another elimination game. It's the hard road to go around, Richard, but it's a long road, but one that could be very worthwhile if you can make it all the way through to tonight. There could be an early start here for Keelan. He could make it 3.
Oh! What a chance!
Ola must be thinking, I'm a very, very lucky man right now.
What a chance. It's a golden opportunity. You're 1-on-1. You're potentially going to set this game up for yourself. Oh, what a miss.
And it's the high line, Rich. We spoke about the high line being dangerous. Look at the high line again on your screen now. Has to be careful, does Jake the Great. Keelan hunting for a third, looking to extend his lead in the game. Back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo sells 1 or 2 players, goes for that reverse elastico, looking to try and outsmart Koulibaly on that occasion.
I love the work there that he's putting in, Keelan. That reverse elastico round the corner, inches away from popping the ball out to the right and scoring.
One more pass. Can it be 3? Times it green and times perfection, as we'll say time and time again. Keelan leads by 3 goals to 0.
And we talked about the first 15-20 minutes being pivotal. It just looks as this game is slowly but surely sliding out of Jake Cruyff's grasp.
3-0. A mountain to climb. No doubt that Jake had to come into this second leg with a different game plan, a more attacking game plan. There was always going to be a conversation about the holes that would be left in his defence. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone his way in terms of the start he's had in this game. And look, you can just try and see Keelan trying to just pick off everyone that he can with the gaps available. It's another heavy ball, not good enough this time. So much space.
Yeah, there really is.
For Hullet and Yaya Toure in there. Look, just to think about what they want to do on the ball. Where's that next run going to come? Where's that next pass going to fall?
And this might sound weird to say, but it's not. You can press in a way in which you give your opponent good space, or you give them bad space. In my opinion, when that ball is in the middle of the pitch here, you have to be tight. You can't let Yaya Toure, Ruud Gullit, Ronaldo drop in deep and dictate the play. You want Heung-min Son to have it out wide. You want Mo Salah to have it out wide, and that's where you let him have the free space. As soon as it gets into that middle sort of section of the pitch, that's the danger zone, and that's where you can be punished.
Cancelo, massive win there from Jake. We've come to expect this from the way that he's been playing this game. Chipped in, Cristiano Ronaldo, you have to score, he will. Finally. That press, that high line has paid off for Jake. It may have come in the second leg after 120 minutes of FIFA time, but nevertheless, we said he would bag a few goals. He's back in the game, and there is still plenty of time left in this one.
It's a lovely finish as well from CR7, taking it down on the chest, and a first time slot over the top of the goalkeeper.
Certainly will shake up this game. The best thing that Keelan can do, get back down the other end. And add another one to your tally. Cancelo all the way across. CR7 with that one in the air. It's bouncing around. Cantona for two. Game on. We said it would be tight.
Game well and truly back on, Brandon. Eric Cantona. And it's just how this game is going. It's so end-to-end. Anything can happen. As Keelan goes in behind there, and or another day could find himself with that 2-goal cushion.
Well, this isn't a bad position to be in at half-time, is it? Half that's given us 3 goals, but half that's made this game even more tighter. And that will do us, I believe, for half-time near enough. I mean, Rich, this is set up in the perfect fashion, really. 45 minutes away, only a goal in it. And with this being Elimination FIFA, this is a game that can swing anyway. And it already has in the first half, to be fair. We thought we were looking at a 3-0 comfortable scoreline. Not quite.
Well, we knew it was going to be end-to-end. Jake Cruyff wasn't just going to lay down and let Keelan walk away with this game. And this is what we wanted to see, Brandon. We wanted to see games deep into the second leg, 45 minutes left to play. Still really, really even.
Well done. We've already lost one Xbox player. Let's find out who'll be leaving on the PlayStation side of things here. In the club playoff, are we looking for another finish? Good save. Nice chance for Keelan. And another one onto his account. you have just tuned in, good evening, welcome along to either the Manchester City Esports Twitch or YouTube channel. You are watching the ePremier League 22-23 club playoff for Manchester City unfold. And tonight we'll find two players that will represent this club next year in London. Here's Heung-min Son. CR7 finds Solid, one more pass around the corner. We could be in for a chance for Salah. This is still alive. Maybe slightly overworked, you could argue. Was Ronaldo onside? Yes, he was, just dispossessed.
Yeah, Ronaldo looked like he was coming back for an offside position, but must have been a real tight line. Could have been a chance for Ronaldo to potentially pull out a skill move and get a shot on goal as well.
It's a goal, Ginola. Cheeky chin, finds Holly. Now the goalkeeper's throw from Van der Sar. You saw the reaction there from Jake. He knew how close that was, but more importantly, how good of a chance it was.
It's great goalkeeper movement. Van der Sar, perfect positioning through the hands of Keelan.
Could be heartbreak.
Oh, so many missed chances.
Players just missing that final piece of the puzzle. Walker, who is so far forward. Well, I have to say a lot of Jake's play has been in the air. Been looking for those big and tall players going forward. Just to flip the ball on, to get it into those dangerous areas, those chip-through balls that we know are so deadly as well. Switch of plays finds Walker. And the referee decides to give a goal kick on that one. Jake on the hunt again. We need a goal out of this game. If we need to, extra time and penalties can be queued up and be used in tonight's format across the two legs with an aggregate scoreline.
Great pressure, you got to say, from Keelan there. Not really giving Jake any time to try and build up here.
He has been really good at that, Keelan, in terms of just some of the decision-making he's made defensively. Especially with the fullbacks more than any defender. It's been a few times where it's been Kyle Walker or Joao Cancelo, just the timing of the tackles have been great. But no further again there, just gets a right deflection on the ball. Yes, he gives away a corner, but it's not any more danger for the time being. Pause menu, we will go. We are looking at the POV here of Keelan. Let's have a look at what he is changing, the options he has got on the bench. Speaking of icons, Robbie Keane, Didier Drogba and Eric Cantona all queuing up there. Foot hero Ricardo Carvalho also on the bench there, and another Manchester City player. It's that informed Kevin De Bruyne, I think, potentially.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Robbie Keane introduced. Seems to be one of the more prominent fixtures. Eric Cantona also. See a quick look into the custom tactics and instructions on show there. As we're back underway, 17 minutes of FIFA to save your ePremier League.
That really is the truth, Richard. One of these two will be eliminated from the tournament. And the chance of an ePremier League journey will end. How on earth has that not gone in once but twice? Van der Sar keeping Keelan Hobby in this game. How is that not gone in? How are we not looking at a 3-3 scoreline?
Wow.
I'll tell you what, this could be heartbreak. Keelan with a counter-attack of dreams. Oh, he timed it green and it's not on target. It took a deflection on the way through.
Did he save that?
Apparently. Got no idea even how that was a corner. Clearly Van der Sar got a touch on it. Yeah, Torre about to goal. Ginola building nicely. Again, possession changes hands. This game is definitely not over yet. The next goal is so important. As obvious as that sounds, it will either give a cushion, there will be enough for Keelan, or potentially the game could swap in his hands.
So many chances for Jake Cruyff, Jake the Great, to turn this game in his favour.
And it goes, great idea, well defended Vieira. But the possession, it just keeps falling back. Keelan just stuck in this press. He doesn't know what to do half the time. I don't think anyone does. Trying to take more minutes out of the game. Does really well here just to keep possession for a couple of in-game minutes. The last few chances and the last roll of the dice, really. As you rightly said, Rich, is to save your ePremier League season. The dream of representing Manchester City this year. Is it on? Or is it not? Pull it.
Free kick, let's pull it back.
Back for a free kick. Last 2 minutes into the pause menu. We go again. What a frantic last 8 minutes that was.
Do we have a David Beckham off the bench? Do we have a Trent Alexander-Arnold? Kevin De Bruyne? Yaya Toure scored a few nice free kicks in his time as well.
Well done. This is the POV of Keelan. It's just Drogba that comes on.
Maybe to defend a corner, potentially?
Well done. What can we see from this free kick hit? We've got the great.
One on the line.
His final chance to save his EPL season. Up steps Haaland! Oh, wow! That's one hell of a way to tie the game at 3-3.
What a strike from Ruud Gullit. Stepped over the free kick. He had one thing in mind. To absolutely take the leather off the ball into the top right corner. What a free kick. You could put 8 men on the line and they wouldn't have got anywhere near it.
We have to speak about it. 2-0 up. Keelan was coming into the game. We said there was going to be goals in this, and the press that we've seen from Jake has made it so difficult for Keelan just to play in this game. The pressure's been so high, it's been so difficult to play with, and you've got to argue, Rich. I mean, the momentum, the confidence has to be on the side of Jake heading into extra time of what we're probably going to do outside the boot. Have a look at that one again. Hullet. Take a bow, my friend. What a finish.
Unbelievable. Genuine, unbelievable strike.
Well, it looks as if extra time is going to be needed. Added time of 2 minutes. Trap yourselves in, people. This might be the lower bracket round 1, but we're into extra time. 6 goals, evenly split at 3-3. An 89th minute equaliser from Jake the Great, with the icon himself in Hullet. What a way to tie the game at 3-3.
This is what we wanted. This is what we wanted. When we talked about games going late and great, we needed drama. And then this lower bracket final, I should say lower bracket round 1. You win this, you get into the lower bracket final. With your tournament on the line. Just clutching up.
Tell you what, we could be in for a frantic start here. Am I right to think that the Manchester City man has been brought in as well?
Is indeed.
Keep an eye out for him. On the side of Jay, Erling Haaland is on the pitch, people. What to play for here. Remember, the storyline is very simple. You lose, you're out the tournament. That is the end of your ePremier League journey. What's your thoughts been, Rich, in general on that sort of approach just from Jake today? Because even when the game
went 0-0, he was still
pressing. Yeah. He was still playing such high line. And it's so maybe unordinary to see that level of aggression, I could argue, in this sort of environment.
Well, that's just how he plays and feels confident, you would say. How he feels comfortable in the game, header over the bar from Cristiano Ronaldo, that you have to play on the front foot. There's a lot of players like that where possession and sort of looking to control games doesn't sit right with them. He plays better in this, I don't want to say frantic, but quite open match.
This will be the last chance before half-time and extra time. I thought to Keelan. Needs a goal just to spark some confidence back in him. Pull it. Back to Cantona. Tries to be clever. Well played, Jake, who just stands his ground with Vieira, and that will do us for half-time and extra time. 15 minutes away, potentially, Rich, from a penalty shootout here.
We're getting maybe a little bit nervy. Penalties right on the tip of the tongue. You saw the stats there, 3 XG to 1. It's really been a Jake Cruyff. Just much, much better performance. Jake the Great in this second leg. We've only seen, I think both players have got a few subs left to make. And obviously you get the extra sub as well going into extra time. So maybe we'll see fresh legs coming on.
Substitution for the hosts. Coming off the pitch, number 5, Kalidou Koulibaly. Coming onto the pitch, number 4, Virgil van Dijk.
Well, the changes made. One of them does include Virgil van Dijk, who didn't actually start the game, believe it or not.
Play.
Off the bench, but that is the difference between a substitution and not there, because Virgil van Dijk was just on the pace.
Yeah, just a little bit quicker off the mark. Good to see as well teams bringing in those fresh defenders. Also, I mean, not often you'll see a centre-back being changed. But it makes sense.
In that exact moment, it proved its worth. There he's on the ball now. Virgil van Dijk, massive switch of play from centre-back to Manchester City, Joao Cancelo. Last 7 minutes here from penalties we are. Or not. Ginola. Is there a cutback? Runs it off the pitch. A little bit too much there. Couldn't just quite get the animation he was looking for. Another big win there. Erling Haaland proving his worth. Vieira back to Yaya Toure. We are talking last chance saloon it. Where is it falling? By the looks of it, it's falling to Jake. Last minute. Last chance. For Jake to find the late winner. In it goes, deep towards the back post. Back across to Erling Haaland. What's it saying from Van der Sar? And off we go to penalty kicks in a knockout game of FIFA. Win, you stay in the tournament. Lose, your ePremier League journey is over. It's CR7 up first for Jake the Great. Which way will he go? He goes left. Interesting pen. And up for the second pen. And the first one for Keelan. We'll see Eric Cantona, who goes right and scores.
Perfect pen so far. David Ginola stepping up to the spot. Van der Sar in goal. Good penalty. A lot of power, precision. Top left corner hit. Yaya Toure now for Keelan. Great pen so far.
2 for 2 so far. Yaya Toure on the opposite side now for Jake. Bit more time on this penalty. Which way will he go? Dinks in, but it's saved. Potentially advantage to Keelan here if he can score. Didier Drogba, who makes no mistake.
Emphatic penalty. Didier Drogba here stepping up to do similar, exactly the same spot. Advantage still with Keelan as Robbie Keane steps up to the mark. Great penalty.
Has to score. Simply has to score. Does Jake. If he misses, he's out the tournament. Scored to stay alive. Up steps Oleg Panenka. Or not, I should say, down the middle. This is the pen. You score. You're into the losers' final. Up steps Keelan with Heung-min Song. 5 from 5. It's perfect penalties. And Keelan will stay in the ePremier League, unfortunately. For Jake the Great, it's the end of the road for his 2022-23 ePremier League season. We're only in the second round of action here, but we've already had to see penalties. What an ending to our loser round 1 game on the Xbox, FG.
What an absolute journey that was. Not just for both players, but for us as well. We thought it was all over after 14 minutes. You know, when it got to 3-0, I was sat back and I thought, oh no, this is going to be a little bit of a tough one. But what a comeback from Jake. We saw him score 2 goals in less than 10 minutes. Before half-time, we saw in the 88th minute an unbelievable ending to the game. It was David Beckham-esque, like you said, Mr. Buckley, or Yaya Toure, which is the one we preferred. And then, yeah, extra time and penalties as well. That was absolutely incredible, Buckley.
I mean, I nearly got the prediction right. 5-4 on penalties? I didn't put the parentheses in. I said 5-3 before the game. Look, great game. That's what we want. That's what we expect from the level of competitors here. And it was a completely different performance from Keelan as well. He kept his calm, he kept his head. When that game was going Jake Cruyff's way, when it went 3-3, if you asked anybody, you think it's going to be a Jake Cruyff winner. But Keelan kept his head down, kept on looking to counter-attack and try and get in behind. And I have to say, the quality of those penalties was very, very good. Top corner every single time.
Absolutely superb penalties, especially, well, like you said, for our winner. It was the third penalty that was missed. A little bit of a weird, unorthodox penalty style. It was a Panenka. One went in the penalty before, Panenka to the left-hand side, then he went to the keeper's left this time, and his right, and he missed it. There was an opportunity, pretty much, Brandon, the last kick of the game for Jake. It was an Erling Haaland effort. You'd bank on him to score every time. It would have been an incredible turnaround, but that is the fine margins of FIFA.
It is, and I think you have to argue with what Richard, as we see the highlights now from our loser round 1 match. This was from the first leg, where we saw the bar hit. There was incredible saves from Edwin van der Sar, but it was a dominant first half performance from Keelan, who was on top. Again, questionable goalkeeper there from van der Sar. It was 1, then 2 at the back post from Mohamed Salah, and as we said, it was all Keelan in this first leg. Created so many chances and was very lucky not to score more. Some of this one didn't go in the end from Jake either. And as the full time was running out, there's Cristiano Ronaldo not scoring either. The second leg, things changed, and the press that we saw from Jake just really started to pay off, Richard. And it was just as I think anyone would say, you're right, anyone would have said that game was Jake's to lose when he started pulling it back. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see what he's having success with, that diagonal into the back post and then winning the first contact. What a free kick that is. That'll be on repeat. That is the winning moment, the winning penalty. Stuck it in the top corner as Son wheels away in celebration. Keelan moves on in the ePremier League, FG.
We can see the bracket right on screen for you guys. What a performance. What an advert for esports as well, Brandon. That was absolutely electric. I think everybody watching on all of our platforms today, that is so far for me the game of the day. And we've still got a lot still to play as we see the PlayStation bracket on screen.
Yeah, plenty more to come, FG. And just look at the goals we're seeing in the games as well. No game has disappointed. We haven't had a stalemate as of yet. But this is the game that's going to be in focus. The Xbox bracket, the upper bracket matches. As you know, we didn't see that lower round one because there was a bye for possibly Ryan Pessoa will make his debut, you could argue, in tonight's ePremier League club playoff. We haven't seen him in action yet tonight. That's why we're saying his debut matchup. What a game that one plans to be against Drummer Dog. Didn't get to see much of him. But Rich, we're excited to see Ryan Pessoa in action, aren't we?
Oh, we certainly are. I think he's been waiting in the wings. He's probably been salivating at the thought of getting his hands on the controller and getting his ePremier League journey underway for 2023.
Absolutely. The box office man is coming very, very soon. We're just going to take a little short break. But stick with us because, like Brandon and Richard said, we have got Mr. Pessoa coming up and a lot more games for you all. Enjoy the break.
You played in City?
I played Aguero.
Old school?
I won 4-0. I'll be honest, innit? Mash him up.
He's never missing.
A little bit more. Because I know you played Foden. Foden's really good.
Foden gave me a really tough game.
But I don't know who the worst would be.
Grealish. I can't imagine Grealish doing ball or scoops. So
yeah.
Look at Ryan. That is a man that is confident in his ability. Send him packing.
And Manchester City and Shellz and the king of the ePremier League.
All right, the next question is from William from the UK. He asked, who are the greatest icons of all time in FIFA? I already know my top three.
Yeah, it was top three, right?
Well, yeah, go for
I'll say top three for me, R9, Gullit and Vieira. You might disagree. What, you're going to disagree?
You know what? I think I agree with you on that.
There are some outside shouts. You could say that some people love Pele. I, for one, love Pele. But I think R9 over the years, for me, with a 5-star, has to be number one in the forward position for me. Who else is there? Remember Ferdinand in FIFA 19?
Ferdinand
was crazy,
but
he's died down a little bit. But
Eusebio, FIFA 19
yeah,
as
Eusebio
well,
was
but
amazing.
I think every FIFA so far, R9, Gullit, Vieira,
yeah,
they're just the best, of course.
I agree. Does FIFA help with your geography or flags? This question's from Emilia in the UK.
Yes, it does. Yeah. Yes, it does. Because when you see certain flags and you know they're not worth anything on all the team, like you remember them and you write them down. And even doing icon roulettes, stuff like that.
Yeah.
So you get familiar with the flags, and it definitely helped me with that part. So
yeah.
That was an interesting break. We see Ryan and Shellz talking about playing Manchester City players on FIFA. Now, we don't have to talk about when I played Phil Foden because it didn't go very well. You'd be surprised how good these guys are at FIFA. And it's very interesting when you see Ryan and Shellz, Richard, playing against professional footballers who not only are unbelievable on the real pitch, but also great on the virtual pitch too.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think we've got some potential content down the line for a Ryan versus Shellz flag off. Let's see who knows their geography the better. I can tell you the icon roulette flag's off by hour. Outside that, I'm not the best.
Well, there we go. We've got something lined up there. Mr. Buckley coming up with all the ideas today. Welcome back, everybody, to the ePremier League playoff event. If you've just joined us, you have missed some spectacular FIFA, Brandon. We are on to the upper finals now. But, I mean, I'm just still getting my voice back. I've had to sit back and couldn't believe what I was saying. We did say goodbye to someone, Brandon. We said goodbye to Jake. But all in all, what a start to today.
Yeah, what a start. I mean, as we said, we've gone from 8 now down to 6, FG. We're into the upper bracket now. At the end of this round, we'll find out one name that is in the grand final, sort of halfway. They are so close to qualifying for the Premier League. And I believe we've got a game ready to go. So FG will catch up with you at the end of this leg. But for now, myself and Richard Buckley will guide you through this upper bracket round 2 matchup. And it's Ryan Pessoa's first taste, Rich, of the club playoffs for the 22-23 ePremier League season. How much is he going to be up for this tonight?
Oh, he'll be so up for it. He'll have watched Shellz play earlier on today. He'll have seen his mate dominating, and he'll just want to do more of the same. He'll want to come out strong and put down a marker in this Xbox winners bracket final.
So close, was he, to Cristiano Ronaldo? Ginola. Back to Cantona again. Again, Ryan Pessoa got a bye in his first opening game. That's why we didn't get to see him in action. He did qualify for the ePremier League last year. And he has played in 3 of the 4 ePremier Leagues. 2 of those for Manchester City. It was back in the 2021 season where Shellz won the ePremier League. Was the last time that we actually saw Both contracted Man City players represent the club. As we said, it's always been a bit of a rocky road at times. With outsiders coming in, competitors really wanting to take that mantle off. Current contracted esports pros at Man City. Will it be the same story tonight, or will it be a different one? Because we said there's a different energy this year. Ryan and Shellz, two fantastic friends outside of FIFA esports. I think it's their third season playing together as well as a duo. They have a connection that not many have.
On the other side, let's talk about Drummer Dog though, because he was in a bit of a tight game in his opening matchup. He got out of it against possibly with a 4-2 win, and he can play FIFA.
I mean, how does he come into this one, Rich? Is he a bit nervous, or is he like, look, I've got a chance here to really cement myself into a grand final. I'll be one game away, one two-legged game away from representing Manchester City in the ePremier League, and I would have beat the current Xbox representative on their console just to shake things up here. Maybe not, though. Here's Cristiano Ronaldo. Ryan Pessoa has a different idea. Zero reaction. He knows it's a long road tonight. 90 minutes on the clock, and there is a breakthrough in this game.
It's a great move as well. He moved the ball from left to right across the box. CR7, that heel to heel, a little bit of jazz on it, and then the low-driven strike from Ronaldo. Nothing the keeper can do about it whatsoever. It's taken around 20 minutes to get underway.
Just back to my point there, Rich, how do you think Drummer Dog will be coming into this game? Do you think it's a nerves, or is it a case of, look,
got to try and relish the challenge?
Great opportunity here to really cause an upset.
Yeah, you got to relish the challenge. You've got to look at this game and go, I can do something. But right now, Ryan is in business mode.
Look how laser focused he is as well into the screen tonight. He's not playing games, Ryan Pessoa. Looking to make it his fourth ePremier League final. And you can't blame him. 26 minutes in. He leads by 2. My God, he's hungry for more. Ronaldo. Back to Ginola. Game on, we're not done yet. I mean, by any means, we're not done yet. We've got a long way. 61 minutes left of this one, but 3 goals in 30 minutes is exactly what we want to see.
And it shows Drummer Dog, it gives him that bit of confidence that he can get in. He can get in behind. He can potentially make this game a little bit more competitive than it might have looked from the opening 20 minutes.
Cantona, a great feed from Pessoa on the hunt again. For a 2-goal cushion to be reinstated. Cheeky chip, that's clever. Shot from distance. On the corner. First chance we've seen Ryan from these set pieces. What can he do from these areas? Let's find out. And he goes! That's what he can do!
Well, he had one earlier, probably 6-7 minutes into the game, and he forced a save from the goalkeeper. It was a diving header from Cristiano Ronaldo. This time, he went one better, whipped in, pace on the ball. All Ronaldo had to do was make contact. And Ryan finds himself back in front with that 2-goal cushion.
So important as well, just to keep your opponent at an arm's length away from you in terms of the distance of the scoreline, especially in these 2-legged formats. And it's going to mean for Drummer Dog, he has to come out flying. Good feet from Ginola. Unfortunately runs into the brick wall that is Patrick Vieira. Koulibaly in sight on the side of the field for Ryan Pessoa. It will be Vieira and Virgil van Dijk as a back 2. It's on the flip side, as you can probably see. Virgil van Dijk in this team for Drummer Dog. Last chance of the half. Yaya Toure. Did feed it into Cantona. It was all a little bit too quick there for David Ginola.
He tried. He went down to ground twice, did Ginola, to try and intercept the ball. But he didn't fall for anything in the end, and that will do us for half-time. Action-packed first 45. Ryan leading 3-1.
And by any means, Rich, he must be over the moon with that start to play. Yes, conceded the goal is the smallest of talking points, but 6 shots, 3 on target, 3 goals. Over to this game now. And there's been a little bit of a storyline that's unfolding here. Yes, it's early days. Yes, it's the first leg, but Shellz currently 1-0 down.
Yeah, he's found himself in a bit of a sticky situation at the moment here, is Shellz, and just offside there. Could have found himself 2 goals down. He's the side kicking from left to right in that blue City strip.
He's losing to Zaneri. Came through the bracket. Quite a few goals. He won 6-4 in his upper round 1 match up against Jake the Grey, who is obviously now eliminated out of the tournament. He'll be very over the moon with that start he's at. From Shellz, it has to change, because look.
Didn't look a great first 45 minutes, so did it for either player. 1 shot between the 2 teams. Possession relatively even as well. I don't think this game has shot into life as of yet. This could be a story that does start to unfold throughout the day. Neither player will be eliminated from the tournament or for whoever it is that goes down to the lower bracket. However, it becomes a much harder task in getting to the grand final and getting that spot for Man City.
Well, let's just highlight back as well to that result that happened a few years ago for Manchester City, where they were crowned the ePremier League champions. What a final it was against Olilito. Needed penalties in the end, didn't it, to decide it?
Yeah, we were there live in the studio. Obviously, it was all played at home with the pandemic ongoing, but it was a fantastic performance from Shellz. Probably showed some of the best FIFA we've seen from him over the last 6 iterations of the game. And it was a real heart-warming moment, especially for a lot of UK players, and even globally. Shellz has always been one of the more liked players in the scene. He's always plays with a smile on his face, and he's just a very, very nice guy. So to see him crowned champion, lifting that trophy aloft, certainly a great moment for Manchester City and for Shellz personally.
You can see both players on your screen, playing from the comfort of their own homes. Zaneri. By a goal to nil, as you said, there wasn't much to talk about in the first half of action. Only 1 shot between the 2 players, with not even the best XG either to go with it. Shellz trying to find a way back into the tie. Finds David Ginola. Good step overs here. Shellz still very much alive. Min Song will try and twist 1 or 2 players, but just bundled in the box again for Aaron Kulabai. Just pressed him.
Defending very well at the moment is Zaneri. Keeping hold of the ball, keeping it ticking over. You can see what he's looking for. He's tried it a couple of times, that long through ball over the top. But he's got the goal, and he's got something to defend. He's got something to take into that second leg if we can keep this goal intact.
Just a bit of an update as well in the other game. There is a goal back in it for drummer dog Ryan Pessoa. Still does lead, but by only 3 goals to 2. We'll keep you up to date in that game. That is in the second half of action in the first leg as well. When the games start to heat up in this upper bracket round 2, the winners' finals we call them. If you do win, you have got a footing in the grand final. And you are so close to representing Manchester City in the ePremier League next year. Next March is when the finals will conclude. This is nice. Cristiano Ronaldo in a running race. Ginola's in the box, and Son will queue up on the edge of the box to try and make something happen. Brave piece of play from Shellz. Does well to get Van der Sar involved and gets himself out of that spot of bother pretty easily. One ball over the top. Is he on? No. Just offside is Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's a real tight game, this, at the moment. But I think we're going to see potentially the same changes that we saw last time out for Shellz. I wouldn't be surprised to see Ashley Cole brought on, maybe Wan-Bissaka for Kyle Walker. It's going to be Cantona and Mohamed Salah introduced just to change up. Ronaldo dropping into midfield. It's I wouldn't say nervy yet, but if we go into that second leg and it's still 1-0. Could get a little bit edgy.
The bigger picture is, isn't it? Although someone naturally, of course, is going to have to lose this game, it wouldn't be the end of their tournament road. They would go down to the lower bracket final, where they would then play an elimination game of FIFA. But unfortunately, what it also means is if you get to the grand final, there's a bracket reset that you have to take part in. Player lock tease there. Lovely done, in the box it goes, into Cristiano Ronaldo. Again, it's just managed well and dealt with by the icon Vieira. Mohamed Salah driving forward. Good feet from Ginola. Neither player just been able to sort of pick the other one off in those big moments in the final third. Lacking that extra skill move or the right animation they're looking for. The extra pass just hasn't been on. Maybe it can now be, though. Ginola, Anthony, Elastico. No way through again. Last 5 minutes now. Another update in the Xbox game. Ryan Pessoa adds another onto his tally and does lead by 4 goals to 2. And Shellz equalises in this one by Erling Haaland with just 3 minutes left.
Big goal. Big goal for Shellz. Going into the second leg will give him a whole host of new confidence and new belief.
Nicely done. Last chance of the game is an airing. Back inside. And the Sar once but twice. Just about gets hold of that one. I think that's going to do us in this first leg here. Added time of 1 minute. Will the referee play the last chance? It will be a free kick, in fact. So he will play the last chance of the game. It's a free kick from 45 metres out from goal.
So try and fire it into the feet, potentially. You have to go forward, really.
Hold it. Back across.
Oh!
Ginola.
Oh.
Ginola. Still! Oh, he's just about snatched it! There might have only been 1 minute of added time, but the referee played 3. And Shellz will completely flip the game on its head. He leaves the first leg with a 2-1 result. What a last 5 minutes or 8 minutes. That was from Shellz, who now goes into the second leg with the smallest of advantages.
Absolutely crazy. It is not over until it's over. 93rd minute of the game. Richard and Brandon, a Ginola finish. He danced around him. He got a little bit of a lucky break and then a green time finish. Now, I was going to point out what a great performance it was from Zanieri to sort of shut out Shellz, but this is esports, this is FIFA, and it was 1-0 in the 86th minute, and it's finished 2-1 to Shellz, Mr. Buckley.
It's also a great performance, FG, from sort of the composure to have the last chance, not to launch it into the box, but just to play it short, know that you've got the belief of the techers to take him on, and this is how we are currently situated. These are live shots. The second leg is underway. FG will speak to you soon because Ryan Pessoa is back in action, Brandon.
He is indeed, and he left the first leg. 4-2 scoreline, a 2-goal advantage, which he has been leading on to a few times in this game. He does now kick from right to left in that red and black strip of Manchester City. Drummer dog with it all to do. He needs 2 goals. He wants to turn this game on its head, maybe 3 if Pessoa can find a way through. On that occasion, it was defended well. But what an ending, Rich, to that game. I mean, fortunate, yes, massively fortunate how it went in, but you're not gonna really care, are you? A goal's a goal. You're into the second leg and you've just turned the game on its head.
Oh, absolutely. Look, you're going into that second leg now with so much sort of praise on you. You're feeling great. You've just turned the game around as Ryan could be in on goal here with Eric Cantona.
Look at the time, look at the space! Oh, Cantona! He did not need more time. It was a brave finish, it wasn't even timed. Ryan Pessoa leads 5-2.
Drummer Dog looked to get back into the game. He was narrowing the margin. But Ryan just pulling in front yet again.
And just extended that lead away from his opponent, Richard, which does so much in terms of it's going to immediately make an impact on Drummer Dog, who's going to have to change it. The way he plays, the pressure's going to have to be changed. The constant pressure's going to have to be changed because time's running away. And so is the scoreline right now, because it could be another one added onto the tally. Cristiano Ronaldo must get stopped in his tracks eventually.
We'll be going back over to Shellz very shortly indeed, don't worry. I know that's where potentially the game could be a little bit tighter. Ryan strutting his stuff here on the main stage.
Just about dealt with there, Van der Sar and Koulibaly.
Let's head on over, because Shellz did snatch it late. He is back underway here with 10 minutes into it. And we can tell you that Shellz is kicking from right to left in that red and black strip.
Ronaldo, cut back. Shellz, dancing, quite literally. David Ginola, he scored late in leg 1. And he'll score again 12 minutes into leg 2. Shellz completely turning the tide on his head. Leads by 3-1.
He absolutely loves the roulette inside the box. I seem to remember this time last year, or even a couple of years ago, we were watching Shellz. Just the roulette. That first time roulette inside the box, create the space, and seal himself potentially away from Zanieri.
I have to remember, Zanieri was leading by a 1-0. To apologise, that player cam may be slightly wrong. On the side of Zanieri. We'll do our best as well to jump between this game and the Xbox One, where we see Ryan Pessoa leading 4-2. Should say 5-2, sorry, with that Eric Cantona goal that we saw. Remember, this is upper bracket. This is winners' final. You win this, you're in the grand final. Not of the Premier League, but of tonight's bracket and the club playoff. And you are one two-legged game away from qualifying for next year's finals. 25th and 26th of March, live in London. £100,000 prize pot.
Happy birthday to Sasha Walker, celebrating today from Grandstand.
Slowly but surely, player roster is being filled out for the Premier League.
Chance.
Well, that could be Son. Is he on? Teneri glazed over the bar. There was handed it from Van der Sar. There had to be.
Big opportunity. I'll be honest. He had quite a bit of time there to pick his spot. Van Dijk was coming across, but there was an opportunity for him to hit the back of the net. He's reacted well, has Zeneri, to go in 2 goals down.
Look at it. Finds Cancelo. Shellz looking for goal number 4. Just the confidence, Richard. The difference in his play style in his second leg, just from scoring those late 2 goals, has been so clear to see.
Absolutely. He's been a different player. Different performance from Shellz. He looks full of life. We were joining that game when he was 1-0 down. He wasn't potentially doing those... Well, he wasn't, not even potentially. He wasn't doing those skill moves. He wasn't looking to really give us that creative edge that he's known for in the box. There's no better FIFA feeling, and there's no better sort of real bonus than feeling good while playing FIFA.
Cutback available. Shellz makes it 4. And he's locked in. He's moving and grooving around the pitch. Son as well, makes it 4 goals to 1. It's a 3-goal cushion that's been reinstalled. And Shellz getting back to that goal-scoring form that he knows. It was an 8-1 win in the first game for him. As it stands, he leads by 4 goals to 1 in this one.
As it stands, both Man City players, both official representatives, will be making their way to the grand finals.
We are as well for those watching at home. There is a small webcam issue with Zeneri. We believe that is Drummer Dog from the Xbox side of the bracket. We'll get that change as soon as we can. Lots of fantastic people working behind the scenes here to bring you this broadcast tonight. And that will do us for half-time. A half that Shellz can be very, very, very happy with. Leads by 2 goals to 0. And has dominated pretty much everything going forward in that half. We could try and check over to the Xbox game if it is still live. We believe that the last time we heard from it, Ryan Pessoa was leading by 5 goals to 2.
I mean, what a performance from Shellz. What a first half. You see the stats on the screen there. Possession, he's not had a lot of it, but when he's had chances, when he's had opportunities, he has taken them.
And over we go to Ryan Pessoa.
Oh, what a time to
join. Scores directly from a corner. However, in his first outing, Richard, in the Premier League, he got a bye in round 1. He's looking convincing. He's always kept a 2-goal lead. Now he's got a 3-goal lead, which he sat on pretty much for most of this second leg.
He's always just kept himself just at arm's length away from Drummer Dog, and what Drummer Dog has had to do is throw bodies forward, try and press, try and force errors out of Ryan. But he's been there, he's done it before. When you've been a player for 6-7 years at the very top level that Ryan has been, you almost get numb to these situations. You know how to see games out. You know what it takes to win.
Looking for another one. Is it going to fall kindly? No. At the same time, Rich, he's got to think now, look, hold this on for 20 more minutes. I've just got to play 2 good legs of FIFA. 2 of my best legs of FIFA, and I'm in.
Yep.
And it would be his 3rd outing in an ePremier League final for the Manchester City Xbox representative, Ryan Pessoa, who is on your screen. And there we go, the webcams. Correct that time. That is Drummadog, we can confirm. Cantona, building nicely. One more pass. Pessoa should have scored if it wasn't for a brilliant block at the back.
Drummadog. Can he potentially drum up something fabulous? Not with that most recent attack. Drummadog will go down to the lower bracket final, where he will take on possibly... No, that is his name. I'm not trying to predict the future. Where he's already beaten him in this tournament before. He beat him 4-2 in the upper bracket.
I mean, I'm sure there'll be a few possibly puns as well from us across that losers final. But it won't be the end of the road. Pessoa looking for another one. He'll get another goal. And you just see the change of posture and a look away from the screen from Ryan Pessoa. I think he's looking at the bracket now to think, look, this is where we are. One game away now from the Premier League.
He's probably also looking to see how Shellz is getting on. He's probably looking to see what Shellz is doing and how that match is starting to unfold. Because with 30 minutes left to go, with 4 goals in ahead of his advantage, it would... It's just not possible, really. You don't expect to see it. And I don't think we will see it, Brandon.
I think we're seeing it 3 at the back change on the flip side. Or Drummadog, this is his POV. Ultra attacking, obviously. What has he got to lose with 12 minutes on the clock? Nothing. Have to keep in mind for those watching home, Drummadog did win his opening game in the round 1 of the upper bracket. This is a player that can play FIFA. This is a player that got through online qualifications. He beat possibly 4-2. And I tell you what, Rich, there's a rematch there happening in an elimination game. There's probably a bit of a grudge match on that one. A rematch between the two from the upper bracket round 1 game, possibly against Drummadog from the Xbox bracket. Ryan Pessoa.
And obviously we've only seen Ryan in action once today. He got that bye in the opening round. 6-2 victory. You would think and you would expect to see Ryan go through, given that he's either going to be playing against possibly or Drummadog again. So if you were to ask Ryan right now, he would be very confident.
All over the top, Erling Haaland for more than a consolation. If anything, there was a bit of goalkeeper movement from Ryan. And a well-timed finish from Drummadog. He's got that one right. But it's not going to matter. The gap is too big, and that's, as we said, one of the things we've really applauded Ryan Pessoa in this game. Started with a 2-goal cushion, he just always made it. Too big of an ask, too big of a reach for his opponent.
Just managed the game really well. Managed the game like a professional FIFA player of the last 6 years.
There's the full-time result in that one. We can confirm that Drummadog drops down now. It's that losers final. For that rematch against possibly that one coming up next tonight. For now, though, back to Ryan Pessoa's teammate in Shellz, who does lead 4-1 against an area. Time is not on his side. Shellz looks for goal number 5. Good feed from CR7, wins a corner. And after pretty disappointing first leg of play until about the 75th minute, when Shellz really got things moving. I think he'll be overjoyed with the second leg performance that he's had, and this is why we play FIFA over 2 legs. It can be such a different storyline from game to game.
Yeah, it absolutely can be. I think the one thing that Shellz, what propelled him, what parachuted him forward, was that late winner. It completely killed a lot of what Zaneri had worked hard for in that opening leg. You concede late, you find yourself going into the second leg, trailing as he gets a goal back, 4 goals to 2, 10 minutes left to play. There is time on the clock, but I will continue my point that he almost just sort of just killed the vibe. And right now, what Zaneri is having to do is rebuild. He's got 10 minutes to potentially do something magnificent.
10 minutes in FIFA time, you may not think is much, but when you're in the game, I tell you, it feels like an hour of how slow this 10 minutes is going to go by with the press that's going to be thrown at Shellz. As we've been speaking highly about these Manchester City contracted esports pros, they are seasoned veterans in these high-pressured situations. 2-goal lead, 10 minutes on the clock. Should be enough of a scoreline, enough of a bumper for Shellz to see this one through, as he's possibly making a few changes now on his side. We are not looking at his POV. There you go. I think he's ready to go.
Will there be something potential here for Zaneri? You saw the depth get absolutely put through the roof. 100 depth.
I think Shellz should be very clever at it. Doesn't need to go forward, really, does he? He's got a 2-goal lead already. On the flip side, there's going to be a ridiculous press coming at you. It's going to be a running race at the back now. Virgil van Dijk weathers the storm perfectly well.
Yeah, very well stepped, wasn't it, from Van Dijk? That's a bad touch from Cantona. Couple of small touches and loose balls going the way of Zaneri here.
One ball forward, Anthony trying to pick up the pieces, doesn't get it on that occasion. Look, Shellz has done very well here. 6 minutes out of the game, weathered the storm, weathered the press that's come at him. And he must be thinking in his head, look, 8-1 win, 4-2 win, one more big win over 2 legs of FIFA. Whoever comes up through the loser bracket, they have to beat me on 2 different occasions, remember. They have to force a bracket reset. And I will be representing Manchester City again at the ePremier League. He missed out last year after being the champion in 2021. Both players, Rich, Ryan and Shellz, both in the exact same situation, 1 step away from the ePremier League Grand Finals.
Absolutely, and Shellz not been plain sailing at all for him in this winners bracket final, but he got the job done, and that is all that matters. FG, you're smiling from ear to ear. You know how big that win was for Shellz.
Yeah, and based on the first game we saw in this today, we saw how good he can be, and he had to be a little bit more cautious in that one. I do think the 2 late goals in the first leg really helped him out. I did actually send him a message after the 8-1, and he said the job is not done yet, and it still isn't done for both of them, but for Ryan and Shellz. But they've got to be super confident, Brandon, of getting themselves to the ePremier League finals.
I think if you break it down now, FG, look, it's a case of it's just 2 legs of FIFA. Just repeat what you've just done, and you're there. You might be playing against the same opponent, and as we said in the commentary, FG, for those guys that are in the lower bracket now, they have to beat Ryan or Shellz on 2 different occasions. So technically, they have to win across 2 different series of matches, which is not going to be an easy ask. Even if the pros did slip up on 1 occasion, surely they wouldn't on the second.
Absolutely. And sorry, Buckley. Let's take a look at the highlights as we go into it. Buckley, I'll let you carry on.
Yeah, I was just going to say, FG, for Shellz, he's already beaten the 2 potential players that he's going to face. I mean, he beat Keelan 8-1, and he's just beaten Zaneri, so it's going to be a rematch for either of those 2 players. Whoever it is, he'll be going in full of confidence that I've beat you once, I can beat you again.
We will be seeing a grudge match as well, Brandon and Richard, what you boys did speak about in the losers bracket, and that's between Drummer Dog and possibly, that is not, that his name is possibly. I mean, that could be a really, really entertaining game.
I mean, it possibly could be. I have to get that one out there. Someone did. Absolutely, FG. You know, we've got 2 fantastic loser finals coming your way, as we said. These are elimination games again. If you do win, you are still in for a hunt, and you are still in for a chance, I should say, for the Premier League final. They should be full of goals. And let's have a look at the Xbox highlights from Ryan Pessoa's game. We teased that he'd be up for this, and Richard, by God, he was up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. He started this game really, really well. CR7, David Ginola linking up. These highlights brought to you by E&. But he didn't have it all his own way. CR7 got that header back, but Drummer Dog, once again, made the game a little bit tight. 3-2 going into the second leg. A late corner, direct from the corner. We didn't actually see that goal. He'll be very disappointed to have conceded that. They switched sides, and Ryan Pessoa just killed the game off. A little bit fortunate there to get the bounce with CR7, but it was too little, too late for Drummer Dog. 6-3. Ryan victorious.
Ryan victorious indeed. And here is the Xbox bracket. We know, obviously, Ryan did get his bye in the first round, but he is well in a very, very good position to face the loser. And it could possibly be Drummer Dog, or possibly Brandon.
We're going to be here all night, FG, for these punts. Absolutely, mate. There's a lot on the line. There's a lot of storylines, as we said, to unfold. But this is not done by anyone yet. You might be thinking, we've seen really convincing performances from Shellz and Ryan. We've been in this scene for enough times to know that bracket resets are a thing, and they can happen. Still a lot to go tonight.
A lot to go. We've had a lot of goals today as well. So if you're new here, you've just got here, you've missed some absolutely incredible action, but we've got plenty more action still to come. I mean, let's go back to the predictions. Let's go to Mystic Buckley. You said it was 5-3. It was 5-4 on penalties last time. What are our predictions for the future rounds ahead?
I'll give you an overall prediction. I think we're going to see Ryan and Shellz victorious. I don't know if it's going to go for a bracket reset or not, but I think we're going to see both Ryan and Shellz picking up the spots. I've given you a spoiler.
And Brandon, I'm guessing you're agreeing as well with Mr. Buckley.
Probably should really. But I'd agree. I just think this year there's a different mindset on these boys. There's a different mindset. You know, it means more. There's a big land. There's £100,000 land. I know there was last year, but everything's back land now. And these two have just come into the completely different mindset. I think it's going to be really hard not to see them two qualified tonight.
Well, we've got a lot of FIFA still to play. It's been business as usual so far for our Manchester City pros, Ryan and Shellz. Let's take a quick break. Stick with us. We have got all of the action still to come.
Julian, though, I've got to come to you first. You're the only one that's fully qualified to answer this question because none of us have ever experienced anything like that. What do you make of England's chances at the World Cup?
With my heart and as a fan, yeah, we can win. Definitely. We've got the players, the manager as well. I think this is probably the best matchup in terms of group of players and coach or manager. I think there's a genuine belief, realistic belief. But on the flip side, I'm like, what, Euros we got to the final, World Cup we got to the semi-finals. Do national teams go on then to go and win? Like, do you get to 2 finals, a semi-final and a final, and then win it? Like, and your first trophy, is it the World Cup? You know what I mean? So that's the only sceptical bit. I'm like, we might have to take a Euros first before we just say, let's go win the World Cup. You know what I mean? So
right, let's have a rematch right now. Let's go. Yeah, let's go. Josh just beat me, by the way.
Standing up FIFA, never done this before.
Yeah, get the excuse in early, mate. First goal wins, yeah. Josh got lucky against me.
Did he win, yeah?
Yeah, I played Cole last week maybe 3 times in a row.
What's going on?
It's not looking good, mate. It's not looking good, but... Right, we're on. You're used to the pressure. Good luck, mate. Let's go. Oh, mate. Yeah, it's bringing back bad memories, mate. Yeah, the drag back, bro. Look at the drag back,
Still
lads.
This is big shot. Oh, it still does that.
Mate, this man is not messing around. He's played a lot of FIFA back in the day.
Back in the day, not really played so.
Everyone said we can still beat him. Bro, look! No, it's offside, it's offside, it's offside.
He's about to score as well.
With himself. No, you know what?
Oh, can he finish it here, Derek?
With myself as well.
Lads, it's actually not going like Josh is walking through as well. What a pain.
I'll throw a proper game and then.
Mate, do you think I want to play you again, bro? Welcome back, everybody, to the ePremier League playoffs. The least said about that ad break, Mr. Buckley, I can see you smiling, the better. I have played Phil Foden on FIFA. It didn't go well. But let's talk about the pros, shall we? Let's talk about Ryan, Shellz, and everybody else. Let's talk about the lower round 2 bracket we're about to see, Brandon.
Yeah, I think we should probably turn our attention to that. But to be fair, I would have probably got battered as well, FG. So, every blue moon. But let's have a little talk about what we are looking at today. 2 losers finals coming up back to back. We will be looking across both Xbox and the PlayStation side. I mean, the storyline is this. Rich is set up perfectly. Whoever wins on the PlayStation side of things gets a rematch against Shellz, of course. On the flip side, on the Xbox, as we know, Pessoa hasn't played both of the 2 competitors, but it still could be a rematch and possible revenge for some of these players that find themselves on the lower side of the bracket.
Possible revenge indeed. We've had predictions from Mr. Buckley. We are so close to the next game. I mean, it's got to be sort of the same mentality as these players. When we're looking at the lower bracket, it is very much all still to play for. There is a possibility, as we touched on before, Richard, of a bracket reset.
Yeah, there certainly is, and I think you've got a situation now with, on the Xbox, both players are sort of coming off of a loss. I mean, with the bye being there, you've not had to win a game to get into this situation. You lost and you're in a losers bracket final, so it is a little bit of a tighter affair. When these 2 matched earlier on in the tournament, Drummer Dog picked up a 4-2 victory. FG will catch you after this losers bracket final has concluded, because we are underway, Brandon.
We are indeed. It's the first time we've got to see, possibly, in action in this bracket. He does kick from right to left in that. Red and black of Manchester City. Drummer Dog back in action again. Be right to say, I'd say one thing that I'll discuss about these games, Richard, is that maybe compared to some of the pro encounters that have featured the likes of Shellz and Pessoa, they've been maybe full of a few more goals, they've been a bit more convincing, but for these games, for these open competitors that have come through the online qualifiers, the online qualification playoffs, they're so much more tightly contested, aren't they?
Oh, they certainly are. And I mean, I think that's the big difference when you've got professional FIFA players who are in these brackets, and then I'll say semi-pro, they might be signed to a team, but we might not have seen them too much in the global series. You get these much tighter affairs, and it's simply because they've not had that much experience playing in big, sort of, not necessarily meaningful, but stressful matches. So the managing of the emotions is always a little bit harder. Fundamentally and mechanically, they're just as good as Ryan and Shellz. Everyone does and plays a very similar way of FIFA, but it's that mental side of the game and that confidence and that composure that separates winners and losses.
Here's Drummer Dog looking for his first chance of the game. Can't quite get the cleanest of finishes away with Son or Eva. David Ginola. Just looking back to the game they played earlier today, of course it was over 2 legs, possibly actually won the first leg when they matched up in the upper bracket round 1, 2 goals to 1. Then on the flip side, Drummer Dog just completely turned the second leg on his head, winning 3 goals to 0. The only hope that we can see more than 6 goals this time round. It comes now. Possibly. It's a little bit jolty for those at home. Keep in mind all the players are playing in the comfort of their own home. To bring in this broadcast tonight. Let's jump ships for a split second where there's been a goal. We've just joined it as the goal's gone in. It looks as if the goal's gone the way of Keelan. And this is a rematch. Well, I shouldn't say a rematch. This is the first encounter on the PlayStation side of the bracket. Both have got one thing in common though, Rich, and they both tasted defeat against Shellz, unfortunately.
Yeah, they certainly have, and if you look at the results to Shellz and you try and play a bit of FIFA math, Zaneri should be successful in this game, but FIFA doesn't go that way. And it was Keelan opening up the scoring in this lower bracket final to set up what could be a rematch against Shellz. What a finish from Zaneri though.
Zaneri! Outside the boot with Ruud Gullit. We saw him score from a free kick earlier today, did Ruud Gullit, for another player in the tournament. But just like that, we said expect goals, expect this to be a really tightly contested game. 13 minutes in, and we've got everything and more. What a start.
What else do you want? End-to-end FIFA for a chance at glory.
Really nicely again, around the corner on that occasion. Remember, the winners of these games will rematch against Shellz and Ryan, retrospectively on the correct console, for a shot of glory at the ePremier League 2023 Grand Final. Min Son, back to Salah. Is there a cutback available? Maybe there is on a second time of asking, not on that occasion. One ball over the top. Cristiano Ronaldo. Is there a cutback available for Keelan? He does well, just delay the chance. Fortunately, couldn't quite find the extra pass he was looking for.
I think it's important as well for both of these two players. You're going to be going into a grand final where you have to win 2 best of 2s if you want to take the spot. Sounds crazy to say this, but not necessarily peak early, but wear yourself out. You want this game to be a comprehensive first leg, so you can take the foot off the gas a little bit in the second leg, build confidence, and then moving forward against Shellz in that grand final, you're going in feeling the best you have all day long.
There's like 10 legs of FIFA for that as well, right?
It's a lot of games.
Through to a bracket reset. Maximum break as well, a couple of minutes in between the legs. So there was longer breaks for the likes of Keelan, who won that penalty shootout against Jake. It was a nervy 2 legs of FIFA that needed extra time early today if you missed that one. Ginola. Good feet, push off the ball. Referee surprised he didn't give that one.
And it's interesting you bring up that penalty shootout, because what you also have is a player coming off the back of a win, even though they're in the lower bracket, and a player coming off of a loss. There's an area just suffering a defeat to the hands of Shellz. Whereas Keelan has had time to forget about that game, look at the penalty shootout, and potentially start to set up your future.
Comes out of play there, Keelan. And we'll give you updates as soon as we can. Over on the Xbox game again, we knew the feed was a little bit laggy there, so we'll get that sorted out before we jump back to the action over there. It was a goalless game. You missed the headlines here. Ryan Pessoa and Shellz are in the console finals. Waiting patiently for someone to fall through that losers final to meet them in the match of all matches, the one that will qualify you for next year's ePremier League finals. Last chance before half-time in this first leg. There he nearly had it. Looks like it will be Keelan that will get it instead. So switch of play. Good idea inside, flicked on around the corner. He's on it. It's a golden chance.
It's a big opportunity. I mean, the header down is really nice. Riyad Mahrez with a great chance as he looks to create again inside the box, but that will do us for his first half of play.
Well, half-time. It is all square between the two. If it wasn't for a brilliant piece of goalkeeping from Edwin van der Sar, Riyad Mahrez may have given Keelan The ultimate and an advantage. Half time, you can see the stats. Pretty fair, to be honest, as we jump straight back into the second half of action. Back underway. I was wondering what is going on in the opposite game right now. I can confirm that it's 1-0 as it stands to possibly scored in the first half of play. Again, still currently under the way. That's against Ramadan. Winner of that will play Ryan Pessoa. Winner of this plays Shellz. Happened a few times, that. Touch is just a little bit too heavy. It's been Salah or Son, it just hasn't been. Cleans of touches at times as the pressure slowly builds it.
It's just a very, very even matchup at the moment. I think when you look at both of these two, if you were to give it the tail of the tape or the head-to-head, it doesn't seem like that heavy defeat that Keelan suffered to the hands of Shellz has really phased him too much, which is a good sign.
I think since then as well, he's obviously been through a bit of a Hail Mary performance in the lower bracket. He's already been in Elimination FIFA, which no doubt would have prepared him for this one.
It was one penalty away from potentially being eliminated as well.
Torre, massive win. Keelan. Can't find Torre for a 1-2 there. Can find Torre, unfortunately, the opposite colour. Ronaldo, good feet. Is there a chance? He goes on his own. The brave angle from that far out, but he timed it green. The corner. What can he do from here? It's Keelan. Still on the hump for a second goal. This time Hullet. The second time of asking. Zaneri gets it clear.
He didn't really have too much on with CR7. I think that's why he took the strike on. Maybe looking across the box for a teammate. Whether it was David Ginola trying to come in and sort of hit the square ball.
All over the top, Carl Walker finds Heung-min Son. Again, the animation of the turn there just wasn't clean on the flip side from.
Both players getting close, getting really close. An extra pass, a green time shot, a better decision away from potentially looking to seal their destiny here.
Chance. Oh,
beautiful.
Really well done. The timing of that one more pass from Keelan was everything. Zero reaction. He knows there's a long way to go still in this game. And to be honest, it might not actually last for long.
The pass from Son to Ronaldo, exquisite. Through the gap, opening up the space.
Zaneri, just a minute.
Oh. Such a nice goal. It was, and then the extra pass just sort of topped it off, really. See some quick changes coming in there. Anthony will be introduced. Eric Cantona also.
He did tease us, Rich. He said there was a goal coming. Both players were just missing that one more pass, that one more skill move. in the most dangerous areas. And then finally, the narrowest of passes. The timing of that was everything. Just about squeezed its way through to the ongoing runner. And by any means, look, there's still 50 minutes left of this leg, plus a long time left in that second leg. On the flip side, we have had potential update. Let me have a little look. We have had more goals in it. In fact, possibly still does lead the game against Drummadog. 2-1 in that one. And we'll keep you up to date with the exports game that isn't on stream at the moment. For this one, though, last 10 minutes near enough, we're in. Any second now. Keelan Hobb looking for another goal. Maybe a 2-goal cushion. Ronaldo in a running race. This time Carl Walker makes the ongoing run from fullback into Joao Cancelo, who was cross from fullback there trying to defend for his team. Expected end-to-end last couple of minutes here. He's through on goal, damaging owner all the time in the world. So much time to turn his man. That's composure on the biggest of stages from Keelan.
It's the first time over the top through ball again. Just letting the player run off the ball, pinging it into him, then a pass over the top. It opens up the defence, and then it's all about, can you finish? Can you keep composure? Can you keep your head? And of course, Keelan can.
Really well done. Goal back, maybe. Zaneri, yes! Wait a minute. Still 2 minutes left of this one. And 90 more to come. But how big that goal could be in the complexion of these two legs, Richard?
Oh, massive. Massive, massive goal. It's really well taken as well. Again, just keeping that extra half a second to wait for the space to open up. You're not forcing the passes through. You're waiting for the space to open, then just playing what's on. Playing the passes that are there.
There we have it. Leg one concluded between these two, Keelan and Zaneri. Only one goal between the two for now. Let's jump over to the Xbox, where things have been moving since we left the game, Rich. I think we left it at a goalless 0-0. As we come back, there's been 3 goals.
Yeah, I mean, looks like we left it at the wrong time. But possibly 2-1 up with just over 20 minutes left to play. Could be 3. Oh, off the bar.
The woodwork save of the day again for another player. Keep in mind, all these games we've played over 2 legs. Salah. Finds Torre, one more pass around the corner. So many red and black shirts standing in the way, trying to make this difficult. Drummadog looking for an equalizer. Salah does well. One more pass inside. How about that for a finish?
It's just, I feel like I've said this a lot today. The composure, the calmness inside the box in tight areas. If you can keep your cool, spaces will open up, and that's exactly what happened then.
There you are, back down the other end straight away. End-to-end games of FIFA, both of these two. 50 minutes left of this one. Well, to get himself out of that. That's Drummadog. Salah steal, really good fee. Oh, he went for the one more pass. It was clever, but I think could have been selfish there in hindsight.
You have to shoot. I think it's a big opportunity actually missed, wasted. When you get into that space, near post, far post. Mo Salah's scoring. As long as you keep it on his left, he's scoring.
One more. Could be a punishment down the other end. Yes, it will be. Mohamed Salah, who could have maybe scored down one end for Drummer Dog, will be on the end of him conceding to Mohamed Salah, as possibly makes it 3-2. What an end-to-end last 15 minutes this has been since we joined it.
No, it really has. I mean, I feel like we've got the magic touch at the moment. Wherever we go, Brandon seems to provide entertainment and fireworks. It'll be even more painful as well for Drummer Dog, because it was Mohamed Salah who should have scored for him.
Coming off the pitch, number 11, Cristiano Ronaldo. Coming onto the pitch.
Oh, an interesting change, isn't it? See, Salah Carvalho get the nod. One more chance, maybe. Oh, wow, he's done it again. Riyad Mahrez just finds the top bins. Like a centre forward. I mean, he can play there. One of his icons could play there.
I mean, what a card, what an item he is, though. What a player, Riyad Mahrez. He's magic. He can defend, he can attack, and he can definitely stick the ball in the top corner.
What a game. 6 goals in one leg. He said there wouldn't be a blowout in these loser finals. I think that will do us. It will. What a game. Drummer Dog 3, possibly 3. We said expect fireworks from both loser finals. We had much more than that. Halfway point on the Xbox side of things. 3-3. What a game between these two, as we said. There is the PlayStation second leg that will be kicking off in just a second. And let's jump into it right now. 5 minutes into it. Not missed any goals so far in this one. We saw 5 goals in leg 1. Remember, winner of this will play Shellz in the grand final on the PlayStation side of the bracket. Winner of that will go to the ePremier League.
And when you look at these games, 3-2 and 3-3 going to the second leg. Such small margins.
One thing that could be a factor as well, Richard, is like, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's potentially 1 or 2 games difference, but that could play a factor in, you know, when you come into a Ryan or a Shellz in your last game, you've played a lot of FIFA. These guys haven't played a lot of FIFA. In terms of in this bracket, they've had to go via the long route, and they have to go an even longer way if they wish to turn it around in the grand final. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with that.
I don't think it'll be a factor as... I don't think it'll play that much of a factor, just for the simple fact that Ryan and Shellz will be watching this now. They'll be thinking about what they can do, and they've already picked up victories against the majority of players who they could potentially play. I think the only player that's not had a previous matchup is possibly against Ryan.
This game is nearly at the 20th minute. The Xbox leg will be soon kicking off as well. We'll do our best to give you the latest updates. We'll catch both the games in the big moments at least, the closing moments. The ball over the top. Finds Salah.
Still alive. Good defending. Koulibaly. I've been very impressed by Koulibaly. I think it's always that conversation of Vieira, Van Dijk, Vieira, Koulibaly, or Van Dijk and Koulibaly with Vieira stepping into midfield. But
that's a nice
the
flick.
Senegalese centre half.
Could be a cheeky chip. Ball around the goalkeeper. Just about does enough. There's Virgil. That's what Virgil van Dijk. Sorry, Edwin van der Sar. Speaking of defenders, he's the man that's missing out in that defence. Is Virgil van Dijk. I guess the upgrade that he has had from the World Cup before he was exited in that round of 16 is just giving him, I guess, enough of an argument for pros to push Van Dijk out the team.
Yeah, well, also the World Cup stories Van Dijk isn't available for the current players that we are using, to my understanding, so it makes sense to go the upgraded Koulibaly and Patrick Vieira.
Finesse from distance. Find it green. 2 hands on it. Just offside there, Ginola. Had a massive impact in the Premier League last year. Continues to do so again a year on. Really is a game changer. I think it's more the fact of how lucky we are, Rich, that he's actually got Premier League. I mean, Premier League is his main league on his hero.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I think it's any player who's played in the Premier League with that hero.
Pull it. That's a shot. Lovely done. One more pass, maybe again. As soon as that's in the box, you're looking at the level of gameplay we are, if you are wondering. Everything's time green. Everything is in chance, really. The perfect piece of defender. The timing has been impeccable.
It's a little bit risky out the back there. Just saw that pass potentially being intercepted. He played it the way that it came. And David Ginola was probably a step off, capitalising on that ball out the back. Oh, chance.
Be alive. Salah. Yeah, Torre back to goal. Is there a one more pass available? No. Nearly half time in this game. Nothing to talk about. We saw 5 goals in the first leg. As you can probably expect, as it's got more and more narrow and more tightly contested. Too much to talk about there. On this side, though, there's been a goal, Rich. We had plenty in leg 1. We had 6 of them in total. And Drummadog, I think for the first time in a long time across these 2 legs, has actually taken the lead in it. Most of the time, he has been chasing the game against possibly.
And he comes forward again here, Drummadog. Couple of step overs from David Ginola. Man of the moment, Koulibaly, stepping in and doing well. We're a little bit earlier in the game here between possibly and Drummadog, so we'll certainly try and keep you up to date with how this game is taking shape, but with both matches so evenly contested, we try and focus on both, Brandon.
I think the one thing that we have got where the kickers have been slightly staggered is that they will catch both major moments, so to speak.
Yeah.
If you have just tuned in, you've arrived near enough at the perfect time. The next games tonight will be qualification matches, qualifying for the ePremier League for Manchester City on the Xbox and the PlayStation. Ryan and Shellz are in those finals. They are just waiting for an opponent to face. This could be a running race. David Ginola could be through. Could he get a shot away?
One-goal games, both loser bracket finals right now.
What's that back post? There it is, on a play. Cristiano Ronaldo, what a save, Van der Sar.
It's one thing I'm really, really impressed by with Edwin van der Sar. He's so quick to get out and make himself big.
Tell you what, though, Rich, could be a chance on the opposite line. Drummadog back to goal. CR7. Yaya Toure back from CDM, just tucking in as an extra defender. It was end-to-end in leg 1, it's end-to-end again in leg 2. Whoever loses this is out of the tournament. Remember, this is our loser final. And whoever does win Yes, they'll be in the grand final, but they have to go the long way round. Bracket reset is needed if they wish to qualify for the Premier League this year. This is nice. Drummer dog. Not like available maybe. Joao Cancelo does well, getting back inside. One more pass, twists his man and finds the back of the net. And for the first time in these two legs, he hasn't just taken the lead, Drummer dog. He's got a 2-goal advantage on his opponent.
Great patience inside the box. It was Mo Salah. I think Cancelo actually firstly getting involved. Just offloads it into Heung-min Son. Doesn't really need to do too much with it. He knows which way he can turn. With the 5-star weak foot ability, he can go left, he can go right. And it could be worse for possibly sacrifice the corner.
You see here, corner play short, and that'll do us for half time. What a half it's been as we continue to jump ships between both games. That's what's happening over on the Xbox. And over on the PlayStation, things are just as tight, if not tighter, sorry. Just a goal, isn't it now, Rich?
Tight margins.
Keelan does
saw someone pull away.
By 3 goals to 2, maybe 4 goals to 2. Heung-min Son will turn. La Cricketta is mad! Oh, wow! Speak about composure.
What a goal. What a goal from Keelan. The La Cricketta, Son's just lifted it beautifully into that far corner, over the top of the keeper. Nothing he can do about it at all. And a really, really classy finish from Son.
Well, this is where the game has to turn, Rich. 24 minutes for 2 goals. Zania. I should say Zaneri, sorry. Zaneri with all to do. 2 goals. Could be all over though. Keelan could conclude it now. One more pass round the corner. Yes, he can. Pressure could be off for him. The 3-goal cushion. And he'll be saying, look, Shellz, I'm ready for you in the grand final. I'm ready for a rematch.
Shellz versus Keelan. It was a dominant performance the first time round. Will it be revenge? Or will we see something very similar from Shellz coming out? This game is flown away from Zaneri in there. Snap of the fingers.
Well, there could be another one to add to the tally. Salah back inside. Oh, counted up. The best of finishes. Kyle Walker. Cutback available. He's had to go for the game. Of course he has. Gaps will appear, and unfortunately, goals will keep flying in.
Yeah, that's game over.
Doesn't even need to score again, really does, Keelan.
I'm surprised he's not scored, actually.
The question is, Rich, I mean, look at the facts, look at the brackets. It was an 8-1 defeat when Keelan last matched Shellz.
Hold that thought. Because Zaneri is only 2 goals away with 10 minutes to play.
So these next few minutes, they mean everything, really. Gets a goal. And the 86th, 87th minute, maximum. Who knows?
Gone all the way back. It's sometimes a little bit risky.
Especially when the press is like this. Zaneri surely not going to find a way back from 2-0 down. That tackle meaning a lot there from Koulibaly.
Oh, huge. Just get into the corner if you're Keelan.
Some more minutes out of the game. I think he will be there in the grand final. But as we said, he has played Shellz before. Unfortunately, he was on the back of an 8-1 defeat. And he also has to force a bracket reset. It's a lot to ask for, but there's one man to do it. It could be him from what he showed us tonight in our bracket play.
Well, this match looks to be winding down. Our Xbox winners final, I should say losers final. Oh, that's that. Stream's over. Thank you very much for coming. Commiserations to Zanieri. He crashes out. But it's a one-goal game between Possibly and Drummerdog.
He's pulled a goal back since we left the stream. 20 minutes left. Pressure will be on Drummerdog with a lot of time left to play. The best thing he can do, add another goal onto the tally, get back to that 2-goal cushion again. Because we know how open both of these defences have been from the goals that have been conceded. And the manner of how that first game ended as well. Heung-min Son, is there an option into the box? It will go! Oh, wow, possibly. Brings the game back all square.
What a turnaround. David Ginola making his mark at the back post. For Possibly. And he's setting us up for a real grandstand finish here. A race to the finish. And a date with Ryan Pessoa.
In the grand final, who's going to get it? A small goalkeeper movement. It was always going to be a risk. And again, the game will just flip the other way. Drummerdog with the smallest of leads, but we'll say it again and again. This is not done.
I'm not too sure what's happening with the goalkeeper. I'll be completely honest. He went left, he went right, he was doing the hokey-cokey. And it's cost him.
Podcast has come in. Game management now. Are we going to see it from Drummerdog, or is he just going to not be able to handle all this pressure? Good win, yeah, Torre. Torre. Heung-min Son, this is nice. Cristiano Ronaldo. Making more minutes out the game for Drummerdog. He knows how close he is to a rematch. Against Ryan Pessoa in the Xbox final. Last roll of the dice. Or possibly.
Has to go now.
Again, he's just managed it well. This is his possession to throw away, his game to throw away now. Wins it back, very fortunately. Here's Haaland just charging forward. And I
no
think
interest in going forward. Yeah.
That will do us.
Smart decision.
Added time of 1 minute. And there we have it. Xbox done, PlayStation done, and from 8, there was only 4 that remain. The one thing that we can confirm, FG, is that we are looking at 2 rematches, but in a different setting this time, in a grand final, which means the most because it's the game that will take you to the ePremier League.
And what an advert for the ePremier League this has been. Commiserations to Zanieri and possibly who've crashed out. But like Brandon just said, we are setting up really, really nicely for the rematches for both of our players going through. Buckley, it's completely different to the first game. We did see some big scores in the first games. As long as we see goals and we see entertainment, we've got something really, really to look forward to.
Yeah, we certainly do. And I think what we've seen in those lower bracket finals is grit, is determination, is steel, getting through the game when you're up against it, coming back from losing positions. And They will have got so much confidence now going into that grand final. You've just come up against a tough opponent. You've grinded out the result. And now you've got a lot of FIFA to play, potentially. You're going to have to force a double reset if you want to try and turn this game around. But it's on the cards. It's doable.
Let's take a quick look at the highlights brought to you by E and Brandon. Take it away. Goals, goals, and goals.
I mean, that's what we said, didn't we, FG? From both of these loser finals, not as much of a blowout compared to maybe those games that involved our Manchester City pro players such as Shellz and Ryan. These are very tightly contested games, but end-to-end games, just as we love it. Look at the composure there. That one more pass, that was obviously Keelan getting that small advantage. And right at the end, there was chances to both of these two teams. Nicely done there. David Ginola trying to find his way through on that replay. Then there was another one for Keelan. He made it 3-2. There was a late goal back. We said that would mean a lot. It did mean a lot, to be fair, in the tie. And then the goals continued to come here in the second leg. Speak about composure from Keelan there. That little lacroqueta from Heung-min Son just to find the back of the net. And the gap just became too big in the end, FG. And unfortunately for the opponent, there was no way through, and it's commiserations this time round on the ePremier League journey.
Commiserations indeed, but as we can see, it sets up really nicely for the grand final. The rematch, it was 8-1 in the first round. Shellz started with a bang against Keelan, but Keelan's he's brought it back. He's done really, really well, Buckley, to put himself back in his position. And I mean, it's not going to be easy, but he has definitely got an opportunity.
Yeah, and that's all he wanted. That's all he required. He just wanted an opportunity to do something. That's the PlayStation. We know what's going to be happening. It's Shellz against Keelan. On the Xbox, it was an absolute masterclass performance from both of these two. They played their best FIFA they have all tournament long. This is possibly Andromedog going back and forth all game long, Brandon.
Yeah, I mean, we had 6 goals in the first leg between the two, Rich, and it was, non-stop goals, non-stop action. And it was a case of, look, we didn't see Drummer-Dog really run away with the game. It was possibly that was leading for a long time, and then suddenly the game started to change and Drummer-Dog was able to pull away again. These are first leg highlights. This ended 3-3. Pullet scoring some unbelievable goals from centre mid, became a centre forward at points in that one. And then the second leg happened. I've no idea what happened there. We didn't see that one on stream. That's why we didn't talk about it. But as we said, goals galore. They kept on flying in. It was end-to-end FIFA. You thought we were done there at a 2-goal cushion. No, we weren't. Because mistakes were made. You don't make those mistakes on the biggest of stages. Not once, but twice. This game came back to 5-5. And right at the end, it was only one goal that separated the two. And it was this goal here. Cristiano Ronaldo into Heung-min Son. And that was the goal that changed the game. As we said, 2 rematches are happening. Ryan Pessoa will take on Drummer-Dog. And as we said, it'll be Keelan against Shellz. Those are the 2 biggest games of the tournament, because if you win them, you are off to the ePremier League.
It is time for the grand finals. What you guys have been waiting for. Do stick with us. There's a big opportunity for Ryan and Shellz, but of course also for Keelan and for Drummer-Dog. We might have a bracket reset. We might have a long evening, but stick with us. We're going to head to a break and we will be back shortly.
Did you play much FIFA?
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you good?
I got the code the other day. I've been smashing it.
Have you been smashing the games? How good are you?
Pro Clubs though.
You play Pro Clubs only?
Yeah,
You not play Ultimate?
I play it a little bit.
My job is supposed to be FIFA, but I'm not very good at it.
That's a lie.
No, it's not at all right. Good luck, mate. Good luck.
What am I?
Yeah, I'm blue.
I need to change this camera.
Oh, you want to change it, yeah?
I'm only joking.
No, it's
I'm
up
only
to you.
joking.
Right, okay, let's go. It'd be nice if I could beat you and Rodri, because I need a confidence. Phil beat me in a minute.
Phil beat you?
In a minute. Like, his first goal wins and he scored in it. Like, by now, the game was over. Oh, Calvin, I could be in it, mate.
How are you scoring?
No, that's not Calvin. I'm so sorry.
No, there's no way you're scoring that quick.
You know what, mate? Look, I need a confidence boost, but come on, let's go. Come on, mate. Let's go. Let's carry on. Oh, I'm 1-0 up. This is where it starts to fall apart for me. This is the part where I fall apart, lads. This is the part where I fall apart. What have I done? He's actually sweating it. Right, we'll call it a draw. I'm not playing with him, mate. Not. Calvin, I'm under pressure, you know. Oh no, lads, this could be a long day. I should have just ended as a draw. No way. You've been smashing it, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Don't let me down,
Mate, I'm coming back for you as well, Phil. You're not done yet, mate. No. Mate, the pressure. Oh no. I'm having a mare, mate. That's because I feel that. It's because I feel that. I've lost again, mate. I'm finished. I'm finished. You're having a bad day, aren't you? Welcome back, everybody, to the ePremier League playoffs. I don't know who's running these adverts today, but I haven't actually beaten anyone on them yet. I can see Richard and Brandon, who joined me today, laughing as always. It is nearly time for the grand final. We're going to be kicking off with Xbox. We're going to be kicking off with Ryan Pessoa against Drummer Dog very, very shortly. Of course, we have to come to you guys, Richard and Brandon. Mr. Buckley, let's go with your predictions for the grand final.
How deep do you want me to go? FG, shall I give you a score? Shall I give you scorers? What do you want?
You can give me whatever, mate. We want Mystic Buckley so we can come back to it.
I think it's going to be a Ryan win. I think it's going to be a Ryan winning 2 legs, and I'll give you a 7-2 scoreline.
Fantastic. Let's not waste any time. Let's head towards the grand final on Xbox. Ryan Pessoa against Drummer Dog. Take it away, Brandon and Richard.
Thank you very much, FG. This is the game of all games, the one that comes around every single year. For pro players, competitors, anyone that signs up to the Premier League to try and compete. The game that will qualify you for the 2023 Grand Final. It's a 2-day tournament in London. £100,000 on the line. And one of these 2 players, Richard, will be the first player of Manchester City in the books going there. In what? 3 and a bit months' time.
Yeah, they'll be joining, I think, 8 other Premier League teams who have already confirmed their players. And they're just wanting to get it. I think the most important thing, get it over and done in one. Don't go to that bracket reset. Try and get it wrapped up nice and early for both Ryan and Shellz. If you can, win the first leg comfortably. Win it by 3-4 goals.
We've only seen this man in action once tonight, Ryan Pessoa. And that's because he got a bye in the first game. But one thing that we know is that these 2 have played, and Ryan did beat him 6-3. What was more impressive, he actually won both the legs, Rich. He won 4-2 and 2-1. Anthony, is there a cutback available for Ryan Pessoa? Is it there? The idea was sort of there, but the finish wasn't. I think the one thing that has to change in this one, Rich, Drummer Dog has to control this game. It goes for both of the players that are up against Pessoa and Shellz. They have to score first, they have to control this game, and they have to take it to the pros because they have to go the long way. As we said, bracket reset has to happen if they wish to try and qualify for the ePremier League finals.
Absolutely. Oh, that's a big chance actually. Cancelo just getting back in and ushering a rude Hully off of it. But Drummer Dog started very well here. Could still be alive. Ginola back to goal. Drummer Dog up by a goal to 0. It's a start. It's a long old road to the Premier League if you're from the loser side of the bracket. But by any means, it's 1 foot forward. Small steps. Small steps is what you need to take for Drummer Dog. Don't start thinking about the finals. Don't start thinking about even the second leg of this individual matchup. Focus on the game at hand. Focus on each individual 45 minutes even. Break it down. You've got something to hold on to now. Nicely done, Anthony. Good feet in the box from Pessoa. Ginola. Cancelo. Defended well by Drummer Dog, who just sits in patiently, happy just to take his time to defend that one. But there is so much FIFA to be played. So much FIFA. You have just tuned in. This is our last matchup. The one that will qualify for the Premier League next year. He started well. Drummer Dog started very well, confident. Nice free kick as well in a very good area. Especially. No one on the line for Ryan. With how easy this could be to score. Up steps on it! Off the woodwork!
Still chances alive. Yaya Toure, a couple of step overs. In the end, dealt with okay.
Starting a little bit slow here as Ryan in this grand final. Drummer certainly looks the fresher of the two players, and a pause being cued there from Ryan. 32 minutes in, he spotted something and he wants it changed.
Let's see what change he's looking to make. And that pause does happen. We'll be playing each final individually for this one tonight. What's the back post? There's an option there for Ryan if you can find him. Cut back. CR7 outside the boot. Game on 1-1, 36 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, much better from Ryan there. The counter-attack was nice. Kept his cool, and the Trivela finish from CR7 just curling it into the far post. What was it? About 34 minutes of pressure from Drummer Dog, and Ryan just showing his quality there. One chance is all it took.
Again, it just always comes down the wing, doesn't it, Richard? If you could just stretch out your opponent's defence. Maybe extra pass inside. How many times we've seen that happen today? Walker. No way through on that occasion. Ryan Pessoa was to qualify today. It would be his fourth Premier League Grand Final. One more pass. Cristiano Ronaldo for two. No!
Great opportunity. Once again, Brandon played down that right-hand side, and you expect the net to be rustling.
Just keep in mind, as we said, there was a winner bracket and a loser bracket here tonight in the Premier League Club playoff. What that does do, if you are wondering, is that Ryan Pessoa can win this game in 2 legs and he qualifies for the Premier League. On the flip side, if Drummer Dog wins, it will force a bracket reset and would have to play the game again. So then 2 more legs of FIFA would be coming. It has happened many times before. It definitely could happen tonight. Has to put that chance in the back of his mind though, Richard. What a chance it was with Cristiano Ronaldo.
And I think he will. I mean, he's not typically the sort of player, Ryan, that will rue missed chances or even think about what is coming up or what's gone behind. Whenever I've spoke to him, obviously we have the opportunity to speak to Ryan quite a lot, and he's always very open when communicating, whether it's commentary or presenting or whatever, about his esports season and what's happening. It's always very much just one game at a time, focus on what I need to do and get the job done.
Oh look, this is nice. And Cancelo does well to get that back inside. Ryan Pessoa, is there a cutback available? It's on a play. Well defended by Vieira.
Seen him score corners today already.
And it goes off the line. Bit of goalkeeper helping there as well.
Ryan's corners are electric. The way that he fires that ball into the box, CR7, all he has to do really is make contact, and it's a goal, if not a great chance.
Ginola. Pala will get there. Just about, not for that long though. Eric Cantona massively out of position there. Interesting ball forward. He's the help of Koulibaly, not once but twice.
Trying to think back to that game earlier, how the match sort of winded its way down. It finished 6-3. I seem to remember it was quite narrow for a little bit of the match, and then Ryan pulled away in the winners bracket final.
We did win that game in the end, didn't we? So 6 goals to 3. It was narrow for a period of time, and he just started scoring goals. And so the one thing that he was so good in that game, he made the gap for himself. He made a 2-goal gap and was able to always add another one on when his opponent got a goal back. It just hasn't been able to happen. Anything for both of these two, you could say it helps and hinders you playing someone already before you know what worked, what didn't work. Cancelo towards that post, and Pessoa 2 hands on it.
I think one thing that Ryan's could be an advantage, could be a disadvantage. He's only played 1 game of FIFA today. He got a bye with his opponent unable to participate, and then he beat Drummerdog 6-3 in the winners bracket final. He's only played 2 legs of FIFA, whereas Drummerdog, he's played the starting match, he then played Ryan, then played a losers bracket final. This is his 7th leg of FIFA compared to Ryan's 3rd.
You ask the question, don't you? What was he doing in between the games? Either sitting there chatting with Shellz or watching the bracket unfold, which no doubt he would have been doing. Or getting some practice games in. Ginola. Anthony Lee finding that space that he was looking for. Cross has come in from Drummerdog. Looking just to add some fresh legs onto the pitch, no doubt. Depends when this pause comes in, though. Might not be very worthwhile. It's a running race now. Cristiano Ronaldo up against Vieira. Didn't have the legs, they had to go back. Not sure what happened there.
Not too sure about that one. Seemed like Joao Cancelo and Anthony both sort of didn't fancy it. Yaya Toure had to chase his own pass.
Able to get much of a foot in this second half, though, hasn't he? Drummerdog. I think he has done well. He's just stopped the danger where he could in those major areas. Got it. Now Toure, last chance of the game is for Ryan Pessoa. This is leg 1 on the Xbox Grand Final hit. Manchester City's ePremier League club player for the. Is there late drama? Is there one more chance? Ryan Pessoa! Yes, there is!
Last kick of the game. We're deep into injury time. Ryan Pessoa, I'm not too sure what happened at the back. It was a simple finish in the end for Ronaldo. But he had so much space. You can see the subs coming on here. Ashley Cole, Robbie Keane and Adama Traore to see this game out. Ryan edging in front going into the second leg. Might get 1 kickoff potentially.
It's the smallest of advantage, but it is still an advantage for Ryan to take into that second leg, no doubt.
It's even bigger as well because he's not been the best of performances. Things have gone against him. A few passes, a few touches. He'll feel as though just a little bit hard done by, and to still get a result out of this game. It was Eric Cantona, apologies, not Ronaldo, who did score. He'll feel real good.
This is only part 1. of this story. There's potentially 4 parts in it, depending if there's a bracket reset, but it could be done in 2 if Ryan Pessoa can hold on to that. But last-minute drama, FG. Not done yet by any means, but Ryan Pessoa, the smallest of advantages.
I think what we've seen today is you have to play until the last and final whistle, whether it's in the 90th minute, the 93rd minute. It was a Cantona goal at the end for Mr. Pessoa in a very, very tight game, actually. We noticed some absolutely incredible pieces of play from Drummerdog as well. And also the corners. I think Buckley described the corners as electric, which is incredible going into leg number 2. We are only halfway there. And remember, we do have an opportunity, our Drummerdog does have an opportunity for a bracket reset, Mr. Buckley. But how important was that goal in the last second from Mr. Pessoa and Eric Cantona?
It's big. I don't know if Rich is here. I think he is. I'm here, regardless of it. It was a big goal. It was a really big goal, FG. I think, as we said, Ryan Pessoa had a lot of possession in that second half of play, mate. And it was a case of, it was just frustration. He couldn't find a way through. Fair play to Drummerdog. He defended superbly well, sort of stopped all the efforts where he could from Ryan Pessoa. But it's only so long you can keep this man out. Next thing you know, he got a goal back, clawed it in with Eric Cantona right at the death.
It really is a game of fine margins. As we look to get Mr. Buckley back, he will be back with us very soon. It's a pleasure to be with you, Brandon, as always, with your amazing commentary. That was the first leg of the game. We have still got, of course, the PlayStation action still to come, with Shellz taking on Keelan in another rematch. But as it stands here, it's 2-1. I thought it was going to be 1-1, to be honest. Last kick of the game from Eric Cantona. Let's talk about the game as a whole. We started off in the 18th minute with a goal from Ginola for Drummerdog. It was Drummerdog who took the lead. And then you think sort of, okay, this can go any way. Of course, if Drummerdog does win over the 2 legs, it goes to a bracket reset, Brandon.
Absolutely. I think if we can get the bracket up as well for the exports side, that'd be fantastic. Well, we are talking about this right now. But you're right, he went 1-0 down, and there's about 30 minutes in that game, FG, where Ryan Pessoa wasn't feeling himself, you could say. He paused the game, made a small change, and as soon as he got that Ronaldo goal back, the mindset started to shift. But also, he hit the post of Cristiano Ronaldo not long after that, FG. He could have doubled his lead. Here's the sort of bracket so far, I should say, on the Xbox side. This is the story so far. One thing that we did mention, FG, which could be a talking point, is that Ryan Pessoa hasn't played that much FIFA tonight compared to Drummerdog, who's played a lot more games.
Absolutely. In the upper round of 1, it was Ryan Pessoa who went through with a 3-0 bye. Unfortunately, FIFA only wasn't able to play the game. So he has got that element of freshness. He's, of course, got a lot of experience in going through ePremier League club playoffs. He's in a really, really good position, Brandon.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that, just back to that point I was saying, is that there's 2 ways it goes. I mean, Ryan Pessoa will be playing practice games, no doubt, in between the delay. But for Drummerdog, if he has to go to a bracket reset, FG, that's 10 games of FIFA, 10 individual games of FIFA. Me and you, we did that, sitting down, 10 games of FIFA. You'd be knackered by the end of the time you get there, especially at pro level.
You know, Brandon, especially about me and you, we can't even play half of the games. But like we said, it is a pro level, so it is an absolute extra element. This is not a regular game of FIFA. This is the ePremier League, the chance to represent Manchester City in March at the live ePremier League finals, Brandon. It can be career changing for these pro players.
Absolutely. It really could be career changing. And it might be an even bigger story for one of these two in this one. It looks as if we may have lost Richard on the line, so FG, if there's a time for a commentary debut, how about an Xbox Grand Final for a chance to get in the Premier League?
It doesn't get much bigger than this.
Well then, Drummerdog kicking from left to right. Ryan Pessoa from right to left. I'd like to put you on the spot today, FG. Who's been your standout foot player in these Premier League teams? Because they are full of icons, they're full of foot heroes, they're full of so many special items. Who's been a standout for you today?
There won't be a surprise in saying we've seen a lot from Ginola today, but the standout has to be CR7. We've seen Ryan use him a lot throughout the tournament. We've seen a lot of goals from him as well. And I'd be very, very surprised if he stays quiet in this game as well.
Could be a chance early on! Drummerdog shaking up the game. 13 minutes in. And I mean, we said expect maybe 4 parts of this story. What a start for Drummer. He led the first game by a goal to nil. He's back in this one as well.
Right back in it. What a finish, near post. Mo Salah. Absolutely. Game on.
Game on here. This is your Xbox Grand Final if you have just tuned in. Remember, if Ryan Pessoa wins this game, wins the aggregate scoreline, he will be competing in the 2023 ePremier League finals in London. If Drummer Dog wins, a bracket reset will be created, and it means that we have to go over 2 more legs of FIFA. Have you ever played Ryan at FIFA, FG?
I have, unfortunately, and it didn't go well. Ryan and Shellz, I think if they need a confidence boost, they play me for 15 FIFA minutes and it's game over. We're seeing some absolutely incredible FIFA from both of these players. Drummer Dog has bounced back really, really well as well, and there is a lot of FIFA still to play.
And here's Drummer Dog again. Looking for a way back through. Yeah, Toure. Onside Hullet. Back to goal. Drummer Dog couldn't get the clean finish away. Well played Virgil van Dijk, and he needed Hullet.
What a tackle. What a tackle. Virgil van Dijk. And everyone is using Van Dijk today.
That's been superb, and I think he's had a few upgrades on his way through. Hullet. One more pass. Ryan Pessoa on the hunt for a goal back in the game. Well played, Joao Cancelo from left back to centre back. And again, it's that early pause. 25 minutes in. And I think we can do a little bit of a swaptation here. FG, it's been great commentating with you. I think we've got Richard Buckley back on the line.
I am back. Boy, how I do love remote. We're back though, we're back underway. Clearly I missed an opening goal here from Drummer Dog Brandon, but joined it just in time, hopefully, to start to see this game take shape.
It's the same storyline in this one, Rich. He's gone 1-0 down again, Pessoa, and he's paused the game again. He's not happy in these first 30 minutes. It's happened on both legs now. Let's have a look at the pause now. We'll see what's happened, or what maybe is being changed. It may even just be a little break in play.
You're just seeing, interestingly enough, probably, I mean, there's no changes, which is the big thing. Maybe a chat to someone on the line. Very interesting, this.
Well, I think we've swapped POVs, maybe. As well, we might be on the opposite side. And so far, the storyline is this. We are in the Xbox Grand Final. We've not kicked a ball yet on the PlayStation Grand Final. Shellz is in that final.
Are we going late into the night? That's the question. Do we have a couple of bracket resets up the sleeve?
This is the POV of Ryan Pessoa. Is you ready to get back underway?
We are.
Here we go then. Back underway. If you are in the shoes of Drummer Dog, how do you break down this sort of bracket reset scenario in your head, Rich? Because it's a long way to go. If you really think like, you're sitting there thinking, God, I've got to win 4 legs of FIFA here.
Well, the main focus is this upcoming leg now. You win this game, I actually think the player who always, if you're coming from the losers bracket and you win that first best of 2, you're actually the player then in the advantage. You're the player who, probably more likely, you've just beaten your opponent. They've suffered their first defeat of the tournament up to that point in bracket play. So it starts to go your way. The hardest thing is forcing the reset.
And also it's a little bit of doubt in your opponent's mind, which could happen if the goal goes in now. Drummer Dog is through. Great save, Schmeichel.
Seen those balls in behind quite a bit, to be honest. Ronaldo was lurking at the back post as well. Chose to shoot instead. But Drummer Dog, similar to the first leg, he's creating chances. That could be a costly missed possession.
Joao Cancelo that's made a ridiculous run forward. Cancelo, out to Cantona, Ryan Pessoa. Probing so much of the ball, it's just trying to find the gap. Where is that gap? In Drummadog's defence, he has been so solid. Nice reversal has to go. Finds Cristiano Ronaldo. Another corner.
It's where he's dangerous.
In it goes. Cristiano was there, and so was Vieira. Still not fully dealt with. Fell back kindly. And that'll do us for half-time. This game is still so up in the air. 45 minutes away for even Ryan Pessoa qualifying for the Premier League or a bracket reset.
Time will tell. We know what's ahead of us. The question is, how do we get there? Which one of these two? I can tell you the facts. One of these two will be representing Man City in March at the ePremier League Grand Finals. Will it be Ryan Pessoa through the winners' brackets, or will Drummadog go against the grain, cause an upset, and knock down Ryan Pessoa, force a reset, and we go again?
I mean, I hate to build the agenda, Rich, but what could happen is something on the lines of extra time, penalties, bracket reset.
I'm here for it.
Could all happen today. Back underway. 45 minutes away from finding out where we are going. Is this the end of the Xbox bracket? Will Ryan Pessoa be making his 4th ePremier League final? 3 of those as a Manchester City player. Nicely done. Cantona offside.
Yeah. Just didn't get back onside quick enough. Nice play in around the box. Drummadog's defending really well. I mean, he's tight. He's compact. This game, he's on a real even keel at the moment.
Walker. Kalabai back inside. Drummadog on the hump for a bracket reset. Pull it. Trying to defend well. He's Virgil van Dijk. Great timing there from Ryan.
You see runners going forward. Ginola, Anthony, Cristiano, all making runs off the ball.
There's another run that's being made. Is it too heavy though? Just doing such a good job though, his Drummadog. No doubt, so much pressure on him, just weathering all these storms, just dealing with everything that's coming at him.
Do you know what he's doing very well? He's tracking the runners. When Ryan's making those runs in behind, he's manually pulling players back and sort of giving Ryan a little bit of space on the edge of the box, not in Trevella range or really sort of danger range, but he's making sure that those little through balls, the balls down the side, aren't really on.
Good finish. Here's a chance. Ryan Pessoa could be the win. Oh no! Referee will be crying out. Well, Ryan to the referee, sorry for a penalty there, but referee says he won the ball. What a chance!
Huge opportunity. Ginola one-on-one. Joao Cancelo came out of nowhere like a train. Bundled him off the ball.
Ginola. No way past Virgil van Dijk again. Second time he stopped in his tracks. What ball that could be in the air. Well played, Vieira. On the flip side for Ryan Pessoa right now, Rich, it must be so hard knowing that, look, I scored 1 goal and I've qualified. I've qualified.
Yep.
So on the flip side, if I concede, I've got to start all again.
Nice play out the back. Drummer, he's dangerous, especially in those sort of areas. We've seen what he can do.
Cantona. Ronaldo. Is there a chance through for Ryan Pessoa? One more pass. Yes, there is. Eric Cantona with maybe the most important goal that Ryan Pessoa will score in all of this tournament.
It's a beautiful, beautiful goal. The play inside the box. I talked about this earlier. The calmness in tight areas, keeping your composure and keeping the lid on it. Not forcing the chances, not shooting from weird angles. He just waited. And that pass into Eric Cantona opened up the entire team. The one time really that he's carved him open in this second leg has come arguably at the perfect time.
Is that the goal that will send this man to his 4th ePremier League final? Maybe half the job done. Well, I say half is because his teammate is on the opposite side of the bracket, on the PlayStation side, hoping that he can do the same. This isn't done yet. 12 minutes left. Maybe he conclude it now. Troy will have all the pace in the world. Pull it. Take the pressure off, or does he just want to try and see out this game and take minutes out the clock? Minutes away. Is there an equaliser? Haaland. That would be heartbreak for the Manchester City FIFA Pro if Haaland was to score the equaliser to take him in to an extra time period. Last 3.5 minutes.
He dove in as well.
Give it away.
He dove in, did Ryan. He went to ground. Haaland turned back on his left and then just managed to get a body on the line to make sure that that chance didn't come clean. Change has been made there for Drummer Dog. It was all out attack, basically. 3-4-2-1, the formation that he was rolling with. You see Ryan here in this false 9, just hoping to keep the ball, keep it ticking over, and see himself into the ePremier League Grand Finals.
Keep the ball. He's there. One more goal would do it. Would seal the deal with an ePremier League final. He doesn't want it though. Doesn't need it. He just wants to let the clock tick down. The pressure of all pressure every single year to qualify for the ePremier League. Ryan Pessoa will be back there representing his club Manchester City for the 2022-23 season. And it's his 4th outing in a final. You can argue that's half the job done for Manchester City eSports. Half the players through to the final. Ryan Pessoa left it late, but Eric Cantona with the goal of all goals. If he's not in the starting team in March, I'll be asking questions.
Congratulations, Mr. Pessoa. Job done on one half for Manchester City and their pro players. And there was a sense of it was never really in doubt. I think it was a bit of a professional performance all throughout from Mr. Pessoa. Buckley, I mean, job done. And on to the finals in March.
I just want to say as well, shout out Mr. FG for the guest commentary. Top work as always. These are the moments in this grand final. Drummer went 1-0 up. Your highlights brought to you by but it was just such a narrow game. Ginola coming back on side there. CR7 hitting the post. That could have been 2-1. Ryan left it late inside the first leg. Cantona, he was the magic man. He scored the winner in the first leg and then the winner in the second leg also. Drummer Dog got a goal back. Look at this play from CR7. This pass. Oh, just opens up the entire box and Cantona slots it in.
And there we have it, our final standings for this side. Ryan, Pessoa, of course, commiserations to Drummer Dog. What a fantastic performance. You can see the improvement from the first meeting between them. And I think, Brandon, we can all agree we will be seeing a lot of Drummer Dog in esports in years to come.
No, absolutely. And again, right now, whatever we say, it's not going to feel nice because he's come so close. He knew what he wanted to come for, and that was the ePremier League spot for Manchester City. But to keep a pro like Ryan Pessoa in a game like that, especially on two different occasions that he had to go via the loser bracket, he should be really proud of himself. Hundreds of people signed up to be involved in these qualifiers, and to get to this stage of a top 8, let alone a top 2, yes, maybe not his day, but I'm sure there'll be many more days to come.
Many more days to come, indeed, for absolutely everybody here as well. But it is Ryan Pessoa who has taken the reins today, and a really, really professional performance. It was I mean, we will be hearing from the guys very soon. Let's just touch on it. The pressure of representing Manchester City at the ePrem, already being a full-time professional FIFA player for them, Brandon, there was extra pressure for Ryan today.
I say this again, of course, there's pressure in every tournament you play, but this is the one tournament that if you are not there as a contracted pro player for your team, it hurts, honestly. It hurts more than anything. It's the one tournament you want to be at. This is the UK's biggest FIFA tournament. You want to be there as one of the top UK FIFA Pro players. Yes, FIFA over one night will not always be the most fairest result or the most truest representation of maybe your performance, but tonight it has happened for him, and no doubt there would have been pressure there. But we spoke to Ryan a lot, me and Rich, and he said, look, I'm feeling good. I'm over the moon for him tonight. He will be there in London next March.
Yeah, I think we're all super, super happy for him. The good thing is about Ryan is he's very, very confident in his own ability, and he's backing it up. And in March, there is a massive opportunity for him and also for Manchester City to do really, really well at the ePrem. Buckley, I just want to ask you really quickly. I mean, your predictions have been absolutely spot on, and we have got Mr. Shellz on the other side against Keelan coming up. Prediction for Shellz to go through, is it? Or is...
I think this performance that he's probably just watched his teammate, and sort of his future teammate at the ePremier League finals doing the business for him. I think that'll spur Shellz even further on to get the job done against Keelan.
To get the job done, indeed. One man who's already got the job done, and we are delighted to have the chance to speak to, is our good friend Ryan Pessoa. Let's go and catch up with him right now. Mr. Ryan, you're looking a little bit calmer. We are absolutely buzzing for you. Congratulations, man. How do you feel to reach yet another ePremier League final?
Yes, it's all right, but I'll be honest, I don't really care until Shellz qualifies. So
yeah. They come as a 2. Ryan and Shellz are a 2, so it's now very much all on Shellz, who's done really, really well. Let's just ask you really quickly about the start to the day. Obviously, you got the bye in the first round, and then you had the second round, and it seemed like a very, very... Me, Richard and Brandon were so lucky to obviously to spend a lot of time with you, to know how good you are at FIFA, but today you really, really showed it.
I think the opposite, I'm going to be real. I think the opposite, but it's like, obviously different console, my old home console, but like I didn't get to practice on it, so that was tough. Nobody those type of players are the guys I struggle against. They play like very defensive. It's sort of like a foot champs game. But yeah, as I said, the aim was just to get the job done. But as I said, it's not just me that needs to do it. So yeah, I'm not really going to be happy until I see the PS side.
Ryan, we've shared the mic together a lot of times. Always talking through things, and I think you had a lot of confidence in yourself to get the job done today. You basically played 2 best of 2s against Drummer Dog. Where was the game won and lost? Where do you think you just stepped up above him? Was it that esports LAN experience, online experience of 6-7 years that you've got?
No, as I said, I always struggle against those type of players. I call one of my good friends, you guys know him, Venny, helps because it's like ePrem is the one where it's like I panic because I feel like there's a lot of pressure that I put on myself because obviously, as you said, signed representative for Man City, you got to get the job done. Anything less is like a failure. So, yeah, I just didn't play well. But as I said, I don't really care today. It's just about getting the job done. Yeah, for both of us.
Yeah, massive well done, Ryan. Again, I've got a question for you. It happened 2 times in that final. Obviously, you went 1-0 down in both the legs. There's a pause that comes in from you. You don't make a change. You just take a break. What is happening in that break? You know, are you speaking to Venny? Are you speaking to someone? Like, what is the pro doing in that sort of period of time, just for a bit of a help to those watching?
So Venny started, well, it helped me, I think, the second half of it, the second leg. The first one, I just thought, all right, I'm going to take a break because I know I'm playing bad, making a lot of mistakes. I'm just like fearing the worst in my mentality because I'm just thinking, all right, there's no way I'm not in a disrespectful way, but it's like, I shouldn't lose this game. I'll be real. Like the fact it was that close is a bit of a joke. I'll be real. But I'm not in a disrespectful way, but I said to myself, it's like, if I'm going to lose, I'm going to lose to someone that's a comp player. And there was none in my bracket. So it's like, there's no excuses, but yeah.
Well, Mr. Pessoa, you've got the job done. You've got half the job done. We will see you in March. Congratulations. And let's head over to go and watch Shellz very soon. But Ryan, from all of us, mate, congratulations. You deserve it. Well done. Go get some rest and rest that voice as well because you're losing it a little bit. There he is. That is the competitive spirit of Mr. Pessoa, Brandon. It seems like for him, it's just another day at the office. He's got some things that he wants to improve on.
Yeah.
And he's not fully 100% happy.
I'd say, you know, behind the feeling that he wants his teammates to get there, there's a lot of relief there, no doubt. You know, he just said it to himself. There's pressure on himself that he puts on himself to qualify for this tournament. This is the tournament he has to qualify for every year. But the last time that Shellz and Ryan both qualified was the year that Man City won the ePremier League. So if it happens, could be a sign.
We have got the PlayStation finals ready to go very, very shortly, so stick with us. Let's get another prediction from Mr. Buckley, because you are Mr. Buckley. You've been correct on every single result as of now. What do we expect for the game that Shellz is in now against Keelan?
I'll give you a prediction very shortly. When we chatted to Ryan then, obviously he's not the happiest with his performance, but if you're a stapler, if your job is to staple 1,000 pages, you might miss a couple of pages every hour. You get the job done. You submit 850, 900 pages of stapled work. So Ryan, he did what he needed to do. He got the job done. He's going to be there in March. And now all the attention turns to Shellz. For Shellz, I think he also does it. I think he does it probably a little bit more comfortably. 8-1 victory for him the last time him and Keelan matched up. I think Keelan will be better, but I still think Shellz does it probably +3 goals or more.
+3 goals or more. Anyway, we've just started talking about staples, but we do have the PlayStation final coming very, very soon. We're going to take a quick break. Stick with us, because we've got another final with Shellz and Keelan coming up. Hello, it's FG, and I'm at Manchester City training ground. Manchester City women are finally in FIFA, but how well do Lauren Hemp and Chloe Kelly know their teammates? Today, we are playing a game of FIFA 23 Teammate Challenge. Do you guys recognise these stats? You want to take an early guess, just shout your name out.
Chloe. Lauren.
Okay, Chloe.
Bonnie.
That is wrong, you're frozen out
okay.
of this round. Lauren, do you want a clue?
Yes, please. No!
It's a striker.
Dana.
All right, let's take a look and see whether it's Dana, and it is 1-0 to you. Next round, 71 pace.
Lauren.
Let's go, Lauren.
Hayley Russell.
The answer is not Hayley. Chloe.
Please don't give her a clue.
The position, you're going to get this, is right back.
Beep. Kirsten.
Yes, correct.
I didn't know whether it's
our
she can play right
Dutch
back.
right back now. Let's talk.
Her dribbling's better than 70.
I think her defending is definitely well better as well. The next player, here we are.
Chloe.
Okay, Chloe.
Vicky Losada.
You play a lot of FIFA. That is correct. That was what gave it away then?
I thought Vicky's dribbling's high.
And now let's move on to our next player, Chloe. Who do you think this is, Chloe?
Is it me?
Yeah.
Thanks.
It is you, of course. 90 pace, yeah. I still think they've done you a little bit dirty. I think the base rating of 82 is very, very harsh.
Yeah, I agree. The pace, I'm happy. 82.
I think
Physicality. They've done you dirty on physicality.
Let's move on to our next
Chloe.
player. Oh, I think Chloe got there first. Lauren, I'm so sorry.
Lauren.
Let's have a look and see who the player is.
Why
It
do you
is
look so
Lauren.
angry? It's a bit of photo.
Are you happy with your rating?
I am. 87.
You know,
I can't complain really apart from that defending.
Yeah,
thing,
the
but,
defending,
I mean,
yeah. There you go. How does it feel to be on FIFA?
It's great to be on the game, playing the game as a child, and now to be on the game and young girls playing FIFA now, to look up to
Absolutely.
us and be able to play as your idols.
Yeah,
It's huge.
exactly. Especially what you two have achieved. All right, that is the end. I've been FG, that's Lauren Hem and Chloe Kelly. Thank you, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. See you later.
Hello and welcome back to the ePremier League playoffs. We are at the stage now where we have got a grand final for Mr. Shellz and Keelan. We've just seen Ryan Pessoa proceed and get to the ePrem final. We also have just seen a break which hasn't involved me losing a game of FIFA, which is very, very nice of the producers because the other breaks have been absolutely horrendous to me. And we are joined by Mr. Buckley, full of smiles. Buckley, how are you, my friend? Ready to go for the grand final?
I am. FG, we have to talk though, because I've seen you lose to Calvin Phillips. I've seen you lose to nearly everybody that you played. What's happening, mate? Is it the pressure? Are you feeling it? Like, can you relate to these esports players?
I am not prepared to discuss. I mean, I was just being nice to them. These guys are my heroes. I can't beat them on FIFA as well. You know how it is, Buckley. I can't do that. But I mean, it does show how difficult FIFA is. I mean, I play
100%.
FIFA apparently for a job, but I'm not very good. But Buckley, you can play a little bit, can't you?
Look, I don't want to brag. Look, this show's not about me, okay? It's about Shellz right now, but I can play a little bit. I was actually going to try and qualify, but then I got the call to commentate, so I can't do two things at once.
Yeah, and here he is, Mr. Brandon, straight in to back his partner. You guys obviously know a lot about esports. You know a lot about what's expected. Shellz has got a really good opportunity here to get to the ePrem finals. I mean, Brandon, you did say the last time Ryan and Shellz were together in the ePrem finals, Manchester City won the ePrem. So it's super, super important to have your partner there, Brandon.
Absolutely, and for these two as well, there's more than just sort of like teammates. There's sort of really good friends in the FIFA scene as well. That's why it means so much for each other to get there. So Ryan Pessoa will be watching this one very nervously, but hey, look, it's Shellz' job to do. He's beaten this man 8-1 before, but I don't know if it'll be the same storyline. We'll catch up with you soon, FG. Maybe at the end of this one, if we need a bracket reset, or we could be crowning Shellz qualifying for another ePremier League. Rich, this might be a very different match to what we saw a few hours ago. It definitely won't be an 8-1.
No, you don't think it will be, but also, I mean, look, Shellz, he's got the potential to blow this game out of the water, and he's going to do that as he goes 1-0 up inside the first 5.5 minutes.
Well. Shellz has not played for about an hour and a half, but he's back. And it's safe to say he's warm. Last time they played, it was 4-0 after leg one. Shellz won the second leg 4-1 as well. Has Keelan got a plan against him? As we said, they matched up earlier today in our first round of action, back about 4 p.m. in fact. Near enough 4 hours on. Let's see who will qualify, but that's a massive start there, Rich, just to get a few nerves out.
Settle into the game, get your sort of legs underneath you, and start to feel your way into this grand final.
And you can see both competitors on the screen. Keelan has had to go through the The emotional wars this evening. A penalty shootout after extra time. Tightly contested game in the losers' final as well. He was able to pull away right at the end and win 5-3.
And that goal for Shellz not only puts him in a great position, but it just makes Keelan think, what have I signed myself up to? Why? I've already... right now, between these two, the aggregate score is 9-1. Potentially it's going to be 9-2. Not right now.
He has to respond quickly. I think one thing that we can assure, as soon as this game is done, if it's in the favour of Shellz, there will be a bit more of a reaction from Shellz in this one. It was an early goal after 5 minutes from David Ginola. And put the 2021 ePremier League winner into the lead. Keelan. He doesn't care about any of that. He's here to spoil the party and he's here to make things happen. It could be 2 though. Oh no, it very much could be. Corner. Cristiano Ronaldo there, got on the end of that one, but just couldn't get the perfect finish. Anthony, and it comes. 2 hands on it from Van der Sar.
It's been relatively comfortable so far for Shellz. He got the goal, he's had a couple of chances as well. Granted, we only have 30 minutes into this game, but I do feel like the next goal is really, really important. Keelan has to get it just to give himself that thought of, I can get at this guy, I can beat this player. If Shellz gets the next goal, it mentally really, really hurts Keelan.
Third of the first leg goal. Keelan looking for a way back into the tie. Into corner. Salah. Corner again. Doesn't go direct into the box. Looks to play short. This time directly in it goes. That's the help of the Dutch defender. Just to do enough to keep that one out of arm's length.
It's good running from Kyle Walker, getting good yards up the pitch.
Torre, just offside was Heung-min Son. Cancelo bombing on from left back. In a danger, he's been pretty much involved in everything down this left-hand side. He's been causing havoc. If this will be the last chance of the half. Ball forward, finds Heung-min Son, who could be on for a running race now. Keelan, chance of the half, maybe. Back inside, finds Ginola back to goal. Keelan does well, he dances in the box. Chance still could be alive, just offside.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Keelan, he was really positive inside the box, looking to create, looking to find an angle. It was well defended in the end by Shellz, shutting the door on him.
By any means, this is not going to be a pushover. This isn't going to be the same upper bracket round one that we saw 4 hours ago. That's the start we've seen. When Keelan gets in the box, he can really make things happen.
I'm just seeing a few of the intricacies being addressed here. Looking at the stats, seeing how this game is starting to take shape. And changes being made here by Keelan.
What changes those are. That would be too much in terms of personnel, but more in terms of tactics. Back on the way we are. The second leg of this first. With the second half of this first leg on the play stage. Remember, this is the game. We'll qualify you for the ePremier League 2023 finals. Shellz in that Manchester City home strip from right to left in the second half. Scored after just 5 minutes. Could be a little bit of a counter attack now. Keelan can find the way through. No, he can't. And the counter attack chance flips the other way.
That's what he needed. He needed that second goal just to settle it. And even inside the first leg, 2-0 against a player that you've lost previously 8-1 to could unravel that hard work that you've put into it. Even though Keelan hadn't scored, Brandon, he was finding his way back into the game. He was starting to create chances. He was starting to just build something.
As we saw, David Ginola. His second goal. Is that enough to ignite a spark for Shellz in the final third? To start to add a few more to his tally. To make it just too much of a task for Keelan. And this pressure matchup. Big win. Nicely done. One more pass, maybe.
Just offside. I think what we've seen here from Shellz is the pace increase in the attacks as well. Sometimes he's going a little bit quicker, snappier into feet of a striker.
This could be a chance. Back inside. Is it 3? Ginola. Nearly.
Chance down the other end.
Cut back. Available. And that time of asking. Has to try and make some of these chances stick now for Keelan. Time's running out. In this first leg at least.
It's a tough spot.
Is there a third? Maybe there might be one more inside. Oh, there is. Shellz moving into gear 5 or 6. As he just creates the margin that he needs to, Rich.
And you just saw the patient work out wide with Heung-min Son. He beat his man, he saw him up, and then he beat him again. Drove to the byline with pace, with power, and then the precision just to cut it back. CR7, simple finish into the back of the net. That, for me, with a 3-goal lead, looks to be, I'm going to go early, all she wrote.
Do you think that's a job done?
I think it could be, yep.
Well, if you didn't see the score than they played earlier, it was 8-1. But what's interesting about that is at the end of the first leg, it was 4-0 to Shellz. And by the looks of it, with 70 minutes on the clock, there's no reason why Shellz couldn't get another one.
Bullet coming forward. Could be over the top, just offside there.
Needs a goal. Needs something back in this first leg.
I don't know if he's going to get it. I really don't.
Shellz looking for goal number 4. If he finds it, I might have to join you on that prediction. Maybe he might. Pull it. Well defended, good block. That's a tackle, Yaya Toure. That's what he's there to do. Break up the play, just be a nuisance. Pull it. Toure. Ginola still. Damn it, Ginola! Makes it 4! And maybe it is deja vu for Shellz as he leads 4-2 in leg 1. He's one leg of FIFA away from getting back to the tournament he knows and loves, the ePremier League.
Looking to get on back on the mountain. The last time he played in the ePremier League, he won it. That's the Grand Finals, 2021.
One more. Keelan. I think what's more bigger there, Rich, as well. We've been at, what, every single ePremier League event that Manchester City have run, their club playoff. We've had the pleasure of being involved. And there was 2 moments you can remember. There was one last year when Shellz didn't qualify.
And against Dito.
You remember Ryan's reaction. And there was another one where Shellz didn't qualify. Sorry, on the opposite, where Ryan didn't qualify, sorry, and Shellz did.
Yeah. And I think when you look back as well, that 2019, Dito played against Shellz in the grand final of the club playoff. It was a goal win for Dito. Shellz, from then on, really said, I need to make this every single year. He was unfortunate last year, fell to the hands of B. Hughesy. But he's a winner. He's won this exact trophy. He's got the plate behind him, FG, and he wants to be lifting another one.
Absolutely. When Shellz is in this mood, there's not really many people who can contain him. That was absolutely incredible. We saw the Ginola show with a bit of Ronaldo in between. I also got a message the minute the 4th goal went in from Mr. Pessoa saying, sorry boys, I can smile now, it's going well. Still another leg to go, but I mean, for Keelan, he's just been really unfortunate to be on the end of someone who seems to be in really, really good form, Brandon.
Well, as it stands, Shellz against Keelan. 12 goals Shellz has scored. Keelan has scored 1. I mean, that's the storyline so far. And unfortunately, I think you're right. I think Keelan is a superb FIFA player. He's been putting in loads of work outside this tournament, but he's just met Shellz on the wrong day.
Absolutely. I mean, he started the tournament, Shellz, as he sort of means to go on. And Buckley, you said it on commentary then, there's not really any coming back right now for Keelan, but it is an opportunity for him to bow out with a bit of something to smile about. It's been fantastic for him to get to this point, to get to the grand final, to play against someone like Shellz, and a lesson for the future.
Oh, absolutely. And I think when you look at this game, you've played against Shellz, you've had the opportunity to play against Shellz in 3 legs of FIFA, soon to be 4 legs. I don't think he's going to turn this game around. I don't think that, not necessarily Keelan can perform to that level to score goals, But whenever you press, whenever you go forward, there's a lot of space in behind. And I think Shellz will probably get another couple of goals in this second leg. Maybe looking at a 6-2, a 7-2 potential, very similar to the first time they played when it was 8-1. I think if you're anybody at Man City, if you're a City fan, you're looking at this game and going, they've done the job. Yes, Ryan might not have been the happiest player in the room, but he did the job. He got the performance that he needed to bring out. He didn't lose. He got the spot. And Shellz it's just a matter of time before he claims his rightful place back at the ePremier League.
I think based on what we've seen so far, it's very, very hard to imagine any way to come back from Keelan. There is a second leg to come. But of course, we have to talk about the band being back together at the ePrem for the first time in a while. Ryan and Shellz, you saw in the last interview with Ryan how much he was willing Shellz to sort of, get to the final stage. Shellz has set it up really, really nicely, and it's been a brilliant day for both of them, Brandon.
Absolutely. And again, credit to Manchester City. There's not many clubs that put faith in players for as long as they have. I remember when they signed Shellz and it was off maybe not one of the best seasons that Shellz had. The next thing he got a contract of City, and ever since it's changed for him. And I'm delighted that, it paid off for him. He won the Premier League. They signed Ryan Pessoa as well around that period of it's their third year together, Richard, and this really could be a special year from them. They've got a brilliant relationship on and off the pitch. They've had great runs in 2v2 tournaments in past times as well. Yes, maybe not the run in the EA Sports Cup they would have wanted of last time, but they've always placed well in the FIFA E-Club World Cup. When they're in the same room, 1v1 or 2v2, there's just good vibes, as probably Shellz would say. And they just enjoy playing FIFA in each other's surrounding.
No, they certainly do. And whenever you speak to Ryan, whenever you speak to Shellz, Shellz doesn't want to play in the ePremier League without Ryan. Ryan doesn't want to play without Shellz, and it looks like they're going to be right there next to each other come March.
If you have just joined the stream, this is the storyline so far. Shellz is leading 4-0. He's one leg of FIFA away from joining his teammate, Ryan Pessoa, at the 2023 ePremier League Grand Finals. The only way that can't happen is if Keelan turns this game around. That would force a bracket reset. And then we'd have to play 2 more legs of FIFA again, but this is going to be a serious ask from Keelan. He kicks from left to right in that blue strip of Manchester City. Shellz from right to left. The first goal is everything, really. And the timing of it as well. Over the top. Shellz, Cristiano Ronaldo! How about that one? To solidify your spot in the Premier League finals.
Game, set, and match. Call it off. Because Shellz is going to be there, looking to go as a 2-time ePremier League champion with Ryan Pessoa for Man City. 5-0 up.
Teased it, Rich, but there was a different sort of mindset this year from these two. They weren't going to give a sniff, let alone an inch, to anyone who was trying to take their spot this year. They were desperate to be there, and they will be in London on the 25th and 26th of March to take part in that £100,000 FIFA tournament.
Some Joe as well.
Could be in for another one. It's a difficult one for Keelan. 5-0 down. Never an easy situation. He has to keep on plodding along and doing everything he can. I don't know if he's done it yet, Rich, but it surely gets to a stage where he just has to go for it.
I mean, I think he's already past that stage. I mean, he's 5-0 down.
I think he might be 6.
Potentially to be 6. And you have to... You've got to play a very... interesting game right now because, yes, you want to go for it. You want to try and get the game back on your way, but you're 6-0 down. And you also... is the part of you that thinks I don't want to really embarrass myself here. I don't want to lose 10, 11. Do you keep it at 6 or do you just say, you know what, let's just go for it?
Six goals to nil, Shellz leads. Maybe 7. It's the man that's wearing another 7. And look at the smile on that man's face. There's months and weeks of pressure. It's just released. The result on the screen here. 7 goals to nil. A change man on FIFA 23 is this man.
Well, the fist. They've faced disappointment, Brandon, this year. The EA Sports Cup didn't go the way they wanted. And they sort of came out of that saying, we need to... the next thing in line, the E-Champions League qualifying, and then ePremier League. You have to get that spot. And look, Ryan might not be the happiest about how he did it, but he got the spot, and that's all that matters. And Shellz is putting on a bit of a montage here in some of the goals that we're seeing.
Trust the 2 meetings of these two. Shellz has scored 15 goals and he conceded 1. Dancing in the box. Is Anthony playing FIFA with a smile on his face? Is Shellz. The time ticks down. This is the 9th ePremier League club playoff in the bag. As they go through it, it's looking more and more stacked, that tournament in London.
Oh, and look at the names who still got to qualify, who could still get their spot. European champions. Potential world champions as well to continue in the Premier League.
And 11 more of these club playoffs to come over the next weeks. One for Keelan. Shellz been more impressive. He's scored plenty of goals, but he's not leaked any. He's seen 1 in that game earlier when he played today. Other than that, this is Shellz's record for today, by the way. Conceded 3 goals, scored 19.
I mean, look, it's been very, very smooth sailing, you would say, for Shellz. The tightest game was against Zanieri in the winners' bracket final, where he conceded 2 of those goals, Brandon, that we're talking about. 4-2. The scoreline in that match. That was his close shave. That was his near miss. Since then, I mean, this performance, 7-0, it's been the best of the day so far.
But look, we'll say this again, you know. A lot of players in this situation would just quit the game and end the broadcast, end the match up early. Doesn't mean the case for Keelan, who's showed a level of great sportsmanship here as well, no doubt.
He'll be back. We'll see him. We'll see him.
I mean, we have seen him in bits. We have seen him in parts this year. He's been there grinding behind the scenes. He Champions League qualifier was involved in. He had a run in the E-Club World Cup. He's sort of getting his FIFA career moving in a nice way. And all these experiences, all these big matchups, are all learning experiences for him.
And there's serious quality there as well for him. You can see the quality on show.
Especially in those lower bracket games where we saw him. Even in the matches where he wasn't on it, still just finding a way to win. Shellz dancing, quite literally dancing his way to the ePremier League.
For the visitors, number 7, Cristiano Ronaldo.
some performance from Shellz. He's left his best game until the grand final.
This isn't any game as well. This is a grand final. 8-0 up. Maybe more. Last 30 minutes here. 2022-23 Premier League club player for Manchester City. Nearly 5 hours of gameplay. Crossed. Loser bracket, winner bracket, mate. Winner bracket game. Sorry. Is said and done. Will be the current esports pros going to London to represent Manchester City.
We can start to talk ahead, Brandon. This game is finished. We're just playing out the conclusion of it. City have to play better than they did last year in the ePremier League. It was a very poor performance from them last year. I'm sure they would even say the same. But it has to be a better performance this time around.
Well, look, I've put it up here. What, they were in a very difficult group last year. Group B. There was a shot surprise in there. There's a goal back for Keelan. Of course, with nothing more than a consolation. But yeah, they were in a difficult group last year. They contained Liverpool, Everton, Leicester and Burnley. But what? 4 games, 4 losses, a minus 14 goal difference. Sorry to bring that one back up from the graveyard. But you're right, it has to change, especially after they had so much success the year before that.
Absolutely. And even looking further back, they've had good performances at the Premier League. They've always been top 8, top 16. Shellz obviously picking up the victory in 2021. It would have hurt a lot last year.
Well, I think you're right. I think there will be a different energy in the room this year. When they travel to London. Be hoping to repeat that form in 2021. As we said, the last time these two were at the Premier League together, Man City won the Premier League. But in short, the mission's been completed. It's the one tournament that these pros will overthink and worry about. Now they can have a smile on their face. Keelan, cheeky chin. Oh, Hullet. Oh, Hullet. Oh.
Yeah, a little wry look to the camera there and a smile from Keelan. Red time finish from Rude.
Last 9 minutes of play here. Shellz dancing on camera, scoring again. Makes it 9-1.
9-1.
Goal for the visitors.
Shellz has been outstanding in this game, in this tournament in general. 8-1 game 1, 4-2 winners bracket final, and in the grand final, he's up 9 goals to 1.
Scary. Scary. There was a journey that started just last month in November. Online qualifiers, online qualification playoffs, and then this club final. All logical answers have happened. And this is the storyline, your main event, added time of 1 minute. It's done and dusted. Ryan and Shellz will be in London next March to represent Manchester City in the biggest FIFA tournament in the UK.
Did what they needed to do, FG. They did what they needed to do coming into the day.
That was absolutely resounding for them both. What a performance from Shellz. Commiserations, of course, to his opponent, Keelan, who did so well today. But all we've got to talk about is how well Shellz did. It was nice to see him play with a smile on his face as well. But Brandon, wow, what a performance.
I mean, the first goal goes in, and I sit there and I say, we're not seeing an 8-1 again. We're not seeing an 8-1. We saw a 9-1. So I'll just shut up and say well done to Shellz. But what a performance. I mean, difficult game when you're 4-0 down at the end of one leg. What do you do? How do you respond? Fair play to Keelan for just keeping going and being involved in the tie. Many people, as I said, would have just quit at that point and sort of ruined the final.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights for the last time today. Like we said, absolutely resounding victory by Shellz. These highlights are brought to you by E and Buckley. It was just sensational.
No, it really was, and I think we all sort of had the inkling that Shellz was going to win. I think we all thought that Shellz would win maybe by 2-3 goals, but this is a performance that really sort of, it will hurt Keelan, but sometimes you just need to say, what else can I do? What else could I have done? Shellz took almost all of his chances that came to him, and in the end it was sort of a little bit of an exhibition, wasn't it, going into that second leg? That is the route for Shellz, kept all the way on the top. 8-1 victory against Keelan in the first game of the day. He beat Zania 4-2, and his best performance of the day, 9-1 against Keelan.
Absolute ridiculous amount of goals, Brandon. Just goals, and goals, and very much what FIFA is about. It was entertaining, but it was very ruthless at the same time.
Yeah, 21 goals Shellz scored across that. Only conceding 4 of them just shows the level he's at this year on FIFA 23. And I think, looking across the board, I think many should be fearful of this Manchester City team when they do come through. As we said, this is the 9th ePremier League club playoff. There are still 11 more to happen. I can't wait to see how stacked this list of players looks come the end of December.
And absolutely, and from Manchester City's point of view, they're going to be really happy with Ryan and of course Shellz. Let's see if we can speak with Shellz right now. After that absolutely amazing display. I can see you smiling, Shellz. Congratulations. Talk to me. Let's get into the head of Shellz for a minute. I know how much pressure you've put on yourself over the last few months for this. Obviously winning it previously. You've got to be absolutely buzzing like we are for you here.
Yeah, I mean, missing out last year definitely burned, but to be back, it was a tough bracket as well. When I looked at the players that was in it, it's all guys that you play against some rivals. They're very high skill rating, so I thought, oh my gosh, it's gonna be tough. And with a disappointing ECL run, I was a bit nervous, but I'm just happy to be back, man.
Shellz, your sort of FIFA esports career, we've been following it. I remember back in Berlin, obviously, with Rocky. It's been a roller coaster. It's been up and down. You were at the top of the mountain, ePremier League, a couple of years ago. Is it time to show that you're still there, that you can still win, and to take another trophy back for City?
I mean, every tournament I go into now, I think I can win it. I've done it once before, so why not again? Obviously, last year I didn't think I was bad at the game as well. I was very good, but now the hard part for me is to get to the event. And now that we're here, me and Ryan, we're looking at the trophy.
And Shellz as well, massive congratulations, mate. Great to see you back at the ePremier League. What changed this year from last year? Because it feels like this year you've maybe got out your own head a little bit, you know, like the way you were playing there, 21 goals, only conceding 4. What's changed there? Because like you seem like, yeah, you're out of your own head now. And you're like, look, I'm good enough, I can play, and you've done that tonight.
Last year, I think I lost the tournament before it even began. I was going into it thinking, I don't want to be the first champ to not make the event. And with that attitude, you're not going to play your best. So I was just restricted myself. Like I said, at that stage of the game, I don't think I was bad. But mentally, you know, it's always been a battle for me. But this year, I think ECL, it was a weird one. It kind of added a bit of pressure, but I made some changes to my formation. I know I've got the ability to do it, but I just hopefully prayed and that I played good on a day, and luckily I did.
You did indeed, Shellz. I know how much it means to you, and obviously for all of us, we're so happy. Mate, you've done so well, and I'm super excited to see the band back together at the ePrem in March. It's nice to see you smiling, Shellz. Well done. You've absolutely smashed it. Congratulations, man.
Thank you. Hopefully we can get another one of these. Not many.
It'll be a nice collection. You've got some space there for another one.
Yeah, I know. In my advent calendar,
Thank
I
you,
need to eat it. I couldn't eat today.
You enjoy that, mate. It'll taste even sweeter. Thank you, Shellz. Thanks a lot, man.
Thank you.
It is so nice to see Shellz back to his best. Obviously, I've had the pleasure of working with Ryan and Shellz, of course, with Man City a lot. And they are what you see is what you get. They are two passionate, great guys who are literally the Ant and Dec of FIFA. And we have the pleasure of watching them in March at the finals, Brandon.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what's great about this duo, I think it's their third season they've been together as well. There's an incredible chemistry. Look, they're pushing each other on behind the scenes. A great team. Fair play to all involved in at Man City for pushing these guys forward year on year. And who knows? Can Man City go and win the Premier League again? Maybe so.
It'd be very nice. Let's talk before we go on. We have to talk about the goals of the day. We have got the goals of the day here for you to see. If you've missed part of the show, we'll start with this one, which was absolutely incredible from Shellz. What a goal, Buckley.
Yeah, I mean, these are the top three that you're seeing. That was the winner. That was the one that caught my eye. Direct free kick, rude Hullet, top bins, postage, stamp. Yes, please. Great finish.
88th minute of the game, and it meant so much as well, Jake. That was an incredible free kick. I still can't believe we saw Ryan score directly from a corner. Brandon, what's that about, mate?
I mean, it happens. You know, if you're moving your goalkeeper, you're teasing it out, it can happen, and whoever switched on normally gets the rub of the green on those ones. But I love that Shellz goal as well, because that was sort of a massive goal in terms of that game. That was like the qualification goal to get him back in the Premier League.
Absolutely. So, Richard, let's have your final thoughts on what's been such a successful day for Manchester City and their players.
I mean, look, I don't want to say I called it, but 4 hours ago, I was sat right here and I said, I think it's with Ryan and Shellz. I think it'll be Ryan and Shellz potentially comfortably. Ryan, not so much. Shellz made up for that because his route to the ePremier League Grand Finals was very comfortable in the end. I think they'll be one to watch. I think they could potentially go all the way in March, and I can't wait to see it unfold.
And Brandon, over to you as well. Let's get your final thoughts as well. Buckley said he called it, and you did as well at the start of the show.
I mean, I'm taking no credit, to be fair. Richard called it. I just sit on the fence like I normally do. I agree. There's a different mentality in this Man City team this year that are more up for it. It's clear to see they've really gone for it. A massive thank you to Man City for getting us involved. Our 5th year covering these playoffs. We love coming back every year, but it's great to see Man City's very own qualified. Commiserations to those that didn't, and a massive well done to Ryan and Shellz. Looking forward to seeing both of those guys in action in March.
And it's been an absolute pleasure to work with you guys as always. 5 years, and hopefully we'll have many more together. That's been Buckley and Brandon, the men, the voices, the masters. Thank you guys. And over from me, it is nearly time to say goodbye. What a day it has been for Manchester City eSports and the pro players, Ryan, Pessoa and Shellz, who have absolutely done their job and have qualified for the finals, which take place in March. Now, for those of you that are worried, we have the end of the tournament at the end of March, at the end of the weekend. Stick by, we'll be back there, and hopefully we can see some glory for Manchester City and the pro players. From me, FG, and from Buckley and Brandon, it's goodbye, and thank you so much for watching.